All right. Well, my camera's lagging. That's good news. One. Give me a second. Do that. Let me do some of this. All right, that's better. Let me change this. I think my audio should be good. Let me just double check. Yep. All right, oh wow, I could just change the text right there. Oh, that's silly. I'm so silly. Um, how many minutes in? 5 minutes. All right, cool. Sent the notifications out. The overlay. This is the overlay. Yep, it is. Nice. Sick. It's good. Let's see. Had some updates. Uh, well, new chapter. That's an update. Welcome to the knockup stream. Um, it's chapter 1118. Are people saying 1018, 1118, or 11? I think 1118, 1118. Nah, 1118 is just the one. You just gotta say it like that. There's no other option. Um, Dang, it's like when iPhone, yeah, when like iPhone hit like 10 and 11 and whatever, they just switched it to the X. It's kind of like what needs to happen a little bit. We're on chapter X8. Um, but yeah. So I said that there was gonna be new videos. There are. It's just they're not done yet. And there's extra videos. The last chapter spawned a pretty big theory. Not big theory. It's like a small theory that's very heavy. And I showed Sai one part of it that like I split off of it. And he's like, "Oh yeah, that's kind of weird." And I asked him, I was like, like this is the exact question I asked him. I asked him, "Whose mustache is that?" And he's like, "Damn, dude, I don't even know." And I'm like, "See, isn't that crazy?" And that was a real conversation we had. And speaking of Sai, he should be here today. Probably later on. He woke up, or he went to sleep when I woke up. So that's our schedule. We always miss each other, but yeah, that's how it goes. Let me see if there are other updates. Yeah, this last week has just been insane. Like so much shit happened. I've a lot of family stuff. Family's over. Um, so a lot of good things, a lot of busy things. Um, Let me just get my chat open. Oh, nice. John Stoops, thank you for the 1 year anniversary as a visionary pirate. Pause. Yeah. Uh, all right. Sorry, interruption. Um, Hello, par with the backwards hat. Yes, this is the only way I wear hats. It looks good. Nah, it puts a shadow on my. I already have shade. Like my eyebrow bone comes over, so my eyes are already darker. So like I can't add to that. Don't want to accentuate that. But yeah, appreciate you, John Stoops, for the 1 year. Sorry, well, you know, if there's anyone to interrupt my wife doing it, it's accepted. So, um, let me see. Have the chat open now. Oh, Twitch chat. Get Twitch chat. Pure hype today. All right, I'm not gonna look. Well, appreciate you. Oh, that's the first message. Nice. Annoying mercenary. Oh, that's a good name too. Really quickly, let me just. I think I'm lagging a bit. Like my thingamabobber is lagging, which that's not great. Just close out some things and see. Oh, that's probably why. Let me close out these video tabs. I was catching up on some anime over as a stress relief. That was fun actually. I'm not gonna say which ones because I don't like they're not exactly the most. I gotta catch up on JJK the manga. I'll do that next week. Next break week. Wait, is it break week next week or the week after? I think it's week after. All right, we should be good. All right. I think updates wise, yeah, should be good. I'm gonna try and get like some smaller videos out and then hopefully sprinkle in the bigger videos. That's ideally what's the case. So if you're waiting on the videos I mentioned last time, my apologies. Just a few videos came up because of the last chapter. I'm hoping actually I should say this before we get into the chapter. Not that I want a chapter where I don't like get inspired to think and make a video. That's not what I'm asking for. But I'm hoping that the chapter doesn't inspire something like completely different. You know what I mean? Like, because, like, all right, teaser, the videos that came up were about Sword. So that was last chapter. And that completely derailed me off of the other stuff, which was like I was doing LBAF stuff. And so from jumping like topic wise from LBAF to Sword and Marines, and then the topic that I was talking to Sai about was Big News Morgans. I'm just hoping that like I could stay in that lane. Like maybe I could add to the video. I don't want to like my ADHD to take over and be like, no, I need to do a completely different video now. Which like it just means that videos get delayed when it happens. But anyways, that again, I'm not hoping that this chapter is like that, but you know how it be. Let me just I don't know why my camera's lagging like this. What the heck? Okay, we can close that tab. We can close this tab. We can close this tab. Let me just close a few hundred tabs real quick and then we'll get started. My apologies on the delay. Sometimes it be like that. Okay. All right, I closed a bunch of tabs. Oh, that's cool. 60% about think that under an hour. What the heck? What the heckers? Okay. All right. Wait, that's kind of wild. Is this a first? A first time that people think that we're going to be under? Like a majority, I mean. Let's see, let me see. Why is my thing lagging like this? All right. Am I better now? No, it's not better. Dang, these. Oh, wait. Oh. All right. I think that's good. I think we're cleaning. Okay. All right. So without further ado, we're at 14:30 into the stream, so that's going to be the timestamp. Again, chapter 11:18. Knock up stream. Title of it, Being Free. Huh. That's kind of being free. I feel like that's the most like that's like I don't want to say generic, but like Oda not having a title in mind, and he's like, One Piece, One Piece. What is One Piece about? It's being free. Okay, that we're going with that one today. Like it's just kind of like just a freebie. It's when he doesn't know what chapter type what the title is gonna be. He has like a bucket like where there's a bunch of slips, and he just reaches his hand in and pulls one out. It's like, all right, being free. That's what it is. And then I'm like saying that, and then it turns out that like 1118 is like somehow ends up meaning being free. Oh, timer. Thank you, 3-day. Thank you, 3-day. You're right. We're gonna add a minute on the clock. We're gonna add a minute on the clock. So whatever the timer is, we add a minute. Okay. Dang it. Why is the thing lagging like that though? Okay, now it's... Is it better? It's better. Sorry. Dang, I'm really flexing on this timer. Okay. All right, the picture today. Oh, we got hella perspective. Only child Yamato in the Holy Inari Shrine Pilgrimage Volume. Wasn't it Volume 8 last time? Or was it Volume 7? I guess Volume 8. Setting off. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're really seeing the whole journey. Every moment of it. Not a second is wasted. I don't even think we saw... We didn't even really see this of... Well, no, actually we did see this of Luffy. We saw him setting off, technically. Yeah. But he's the main character. I guess Yamato's the main character of Wano, right? Right? Controversial statement. Number 1. Oh, I wonder what she's humming. Imagine it's the One Piece theme song. I love when that happens, actually, in like anime or manga, where like the characters break the fourth wall and then they're like singing the song, like the theme song or something like that, or like the battle theme. I forget when that like what series I'm thinking about, but like a few of them have done that. Anyways, Oda's note. Wait, is there anything special in the background? Nope. I was asked to design the key visuals for Gile's 30th anniversary performance. I found that horror very touching. Huh? Well, I don't know what that is. But 30th anniversary is big. 30th anniversary is big. Final Fantasy 7? Oh, is that what it is? Oh, it's the theme song? Oda Glaze? Oh yeah, that kind of does say Glaze. Huh, you're right. Anyways, let's this might be the fastest cover story to chapter or note to chapter speed ever. I think we're breaking world records. World record pace right now. Olympic medalist right now. Jump overboard. Total panic. Oh my god. Wait, what am I looking at? Is that Jupiter? Is that Mr. Alaskan Bullworm himself? What is this? Is that a metal oh, Legendary Iron Giant. Got it. Is that a metal creature? It's gonna sink the ship. Okay. Damn. Imagine dying from a fall. Like, that's crazy. I actually don't imagine that. That is total panic. But like, this guy wasn't even like a fighter. He was just like a bystander, a pedestrian. And they just, like, after the Buster call, literal gods descended down, their own demon overlords, Kizaru, there's the giants eating people. Like, there's so many things to kill them, and then a pedestrian robot did. That's crazy. Wow, and that was their final words. Oh my god. See, this is crazy. Look how big this is. Why did the Iron Giant not feel this big last chapter? Is the Gorosei really this big? These are, oh no. Okay, this is what it is. The ships are really small. They're like Hot Wheels ships. These aren't real ships. Right? Like, wait, is the go Yo, size is so weird. Like, I'm just gonna take it as like these are the, because like there were varied size ships on the island. I'm just gonna take it as these are the smaller ships because the Iron Giant is this big. What? And then that means the gore, like each Gorosei. Wait, like that would mean that like all the Gorosei combined is like the same mass as like the entire Buster Call. Huh. Huh. Interesting. I was gonna say something really silly. I'm gonna say it anyways. Like technically, like Saturn, he just is a Buster Call because he has like the booger bomb things. And I was thinking like, what if the Buster Calls were designed after them? They're the strength of like 5 Vice Admirals, and they each have like cannons like that. So they were the original Buster Calls. And every time they order a Buster Call, you know what? That might not be that silly. Like the whole Denden Mushi setup and everything. Buster Calls were meant to replace each Gorosei. That'd be kind of interesting. Like if a Celestial Dragon got hit, a Gorosei comes down, and then at a certain point they're like, all right, we can't keep doing this. Let's get the Buster Calls in play. That'd be kind of cool. Whoa. Hold on. What the heck happened? What the heck is this? What is this text? Do you guys see this? Where are you? What, like, what voice? Oh, it's the Iron Giant. But like, why did the font threw me through a loop? That italicized, like modern, like social media text is kind of jumping from this and then this is like glaring. I was like, huh, what am I reading right now? Zish. And oh, this is the message, and their name was okay, so we got to, what was the last words? Sorry, hold on, let me just do this. To those scattered throughout the world who bear the name of D, within you there is, and then this is the official translation, by the way. This is also why I like doing this, because the official translations came out. Within you there is a beep beep beep. And their name was, oh, is there gonna be more? All right. Glub. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Okay, the message continuing. That's interesting, because that's something me and Sai, like I was saying, that there's probably gonna be a break and then some stuff, and then we're supposed to piece it together. And I was thinking like it would be the ending, but I guess this is it. And their name was ... So we're missing the name. So among the D clan there was a, and their name was, okay, are we gonna get the name? Probably not. All right, but the reason why I said what is because, is the legendary Iron Giant breathing? Glub. It can drown. It can breathe. It needs to breathe. That's a useless robot. Anyways, oh, I guess it could be like Frankie. Never mind. Where are you? Where did you go, Joy Boy? Brother. No! This is what me and Sai were talking about on the podcast. I don't know if it made it into the final cut, but we talked for hours about this. I wanted our paths to cross. You were here, right, Joy Boy? How strange. How very strange. What do you mean I wanted our paths to cross? It did. He was there. And you went the you're on the brother, dude. This is so funny. I need a map of where this is in comparison to where Luffy is. Now what the hell is that? A giant boar? A mammoth? What's the deal with this crazy island? No, it's not. What's the deal with the crazy? Don't That's rude. That's rude. That's your boss. That's your daddy. Who's your daddy? Workery. That's so rude. This guy, whoever said this, fired. I mean, oh, and it's the ... He's looking at them like, are they talking about me? I'm so handsome. Look at this handsome face. Oh, sorry, I'm blocking the handsome. Oh my god. Look at that. Tinder profile right there. Let me see. Did something go wrong? He was cut off mid-sentence. Oh, this is okay. So this is actually crazy that they're showing the visual, because after the call with Sai, we were talking about. He asked me like, "Do I think that there's gonna be more to the message?" And my answer was, "I think that there's gonna be more. It's just gonna be like a break. Some like extra thing to give us more context." But what we didn't talk about was the fact that there's a video feed, and I was like, "Yo, it'd be kind of crazy if like he started showing crazy pictures or something." And there's no audio, like pictures with no context. That would be kind of sick. But I guess the video also cuts out, which kind of makes sense. Kind of like the streams. When it lags, my audio's fine, but my video isn't. So anyways, did something go wrong? He was cut off mid-sentence. What could have caused the broadcast termination? He was tackled by a boar. That's what did him in. Now that I think about it, what could have killed a genius like Vegapunk in the first place? That's interesting. That is an interesting question, right? Don't tell me someone's had him killed. Wait, they should know that. Oh, it's right here. Okay. He did say he committed grave sins, but the government wouldn't just erase him, would they? No, no way. Remember what was happening before all this? Straw Hat Luffy was holding him hostage. Oh, is that Koza? Are we in Alabasta now? Where's this? I think Oda keeps on showing this place. I feel like this is a reoccurring location that we don't know about. And then this one is Alabasta. That is our boy Koza. That's the guy who saved Pell's life, I'm pretty sure. Everybody else is not memorable, so it is what it is. This is obviously the work of those dastardly pirates. Wait, Alabasta? That's so rude. Is Alabasta for real right now? That's messed up. Did you forget what the Straw Hats have done for you? Rude. The world government would never kill off the world's greatest mind, even if he did break a few laws. If this is still Alabasta. Wait, the world government would never kill off the world's greatest mind, even if he did break a few laws? Wait, do they not? These hooligans don't remember Ohara? I guess, like, Vegapunk. No, but like, it's kind of funny because Vegapunk literally admitted to helping delete Leloucia off the face of the planet. No. Yeah. Whereas Ohara, they were just accused. They were just accused of doing the ancient weapon stuff. No, Vegapunk literally like, no. See, I gave them the battery and they go boom. And that was me. I apologize. And these guys are like, it's just a few laws, just no big deal. It's just Leloucia. So it really was Luffy. Oh, and not to mention helping perpetuate the sinking doom of the world. Let's not forget that part. That's not even like like I don't know what laws you'd break to sink the planet, but I feel like that's a problem one, you know? So it really was Luffy land. Oh, come on. Rebecca. Dang. Dang. I almost thought. Now, you know, no, this isn't Oda hate. I'm just saying. Nami's sister's looking like she's in a different place. Nothing else. York? New York? No. York? Huh? What's up? How many of you Vegapunk survived? Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot. How would she know? Vegapunks other than me? I just checked who's still interfacing with Punk Records. Wait, they can do that? Oh, this is actually big. Oh, that's actually huge. What? I thought that they connect with Punk Records one time a day. Interfacing means concurrently, like actively, like not passive, like, well, not passively, but like, huh? That's actually interesting. That I feel like that also would have been useful earlier on. There's only 2 left, Lilith and Atlas. 2 and 5, 5 and 2. Lilith is still up on the stratum, and Atlas is down at the northeast coast. They got tracking like that? What? That's crazy. Given the state of the lab too, the fact that they have tracking like this, that's crazy. Interesting. Shall we eliminate them? Yes. Punk Records appears to have been programmed to function and grow even after the Stella's termination. We can benefit from it through York. The other 2 geniuses are nothing but loose ends. Got it. So they're trying to eliminate 2 little girls. Dastardly. We're talking about dastardly people. All right. Interesting. Okay. Set sail. Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's get out of here. Okay. Wait, this ship shape is really interesting. We're hopping on. Okay, so they did just jump. Fair. Love to see it. Wait a second. That's not supposed to be there. That got chopped off by Venus. No? Am I losing brain cells? Like, I thought, was it 1116? Is it 1116? Hold on, give me a second. Where is it? Is it? It's 1115 then. $11.14? Oh no, it's right here. Yeah. Wait a second. This thing is alive. Oh. Wait a second. That thing matters that much? I guess so. They strapped it back on. Oh my god, this thing is huge actually. If this thing fell on a ship, it would demolish it. Now that I think about it. That was quite the effort to put it back on too. Huh. Oops-a-daisy, captains. You made it. Of course, gabba baba baba ba. Luffy. Woo. Okay. So they're on the ship. and we're leaving Zoro and Jinbei at the top. Curious how this plays out. Oh, and the Thousand Sunny still hasn't rendezvoused over. So I'm assuming we're getting Thousand Sunny stuff. Let's see. Whoa, so this is a giant ship? It's so huge. Where's Usopp? Isn't he here? What about Chopper? Dang, this chapter is like pretty like casual so far. Not casual, that's not the word, but like I think you guys can get what I mean. Damn it all, chase them down. Ooh, 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 shoot. Isn't that Uta? I think Uta had the same like outfit, no? I mean, this is Bluegrass. Oh, Bonnie hit the sea giraffe too. Oh, let me read this. Damn it all, chase them down. There's no way we can let them escape when we have this many ships, battleships. The giants are too tough. Are you two gonna be okay? Vice Admiral Dahl. Bonnie, that in my YouTube, don't Bonnie, that B word. Vice Admiral Bluegrass. It's so frustrating to be rendered helpless like this. Her ability is incredible. How did Bonnie... this I get, right? You know what's actually funny? Bonnie's so nice. Because if she aged Bluegrass any older, she would have just died. Like, it might not have been instant death, but like, she would have been so old that she would have just been dusted like Thanos snapped. And then the giraffe kind of looks like a Lapras. Huh. It kind of is a Lapras now I think about it. It's just like it's a giraffe Lapras. Huh. Huh. Oh, and then that's interesting. Doll loses the tattoos. That's interesting. That's interesting. Is this Luffy? Nah, no way, right? Nah, it's not Luffy. Has like Frankie eyes. You Marines are gonna be in hot water for letting me get away, huh? Yeah. You look pretty beaten up, Kashi. Oimo, Kashi. Luffy doesn't really know Oimo and Kashi like that. Like, they partied at any, like, post Any's lobby, but like, didn't Luffy leap over them? Like, did he ever interact with them during Any's lobby? I don't think so. They just like ate food together one time, and Luffy's like, "Yo, what up?" Sanji here. We've successfully set off. Nami, how's it looking up there? Oh, that was the wrong intonation. But whatever. We'll be right behind you. Straw Hat, I've been itching to see you again. Dang, that's quite the boo-boo. Did I miss anything crazy? No. Nothing crazy. We'll be able to launch into the ocean thanks to Edison. But we may need you guys to help us land safely. Interesting. Of course, Nami-san, Robin-chan, and Lilith-chan are my top priority. Dang. What hooligans. Wait, what was happening with Stussy? Stussy freed Kaku? But she turned down the barrier. But like, Stussy's free to go, right? It wasn't that the whole point of the Edison thing? That's why I was like, huh, interesting. Because, like, is Stussy gonna come over, or is she leaving separately? Even if you sink, nothing could stop me from rescuing you, ladies. Why not save everyone? I'll make sure the ship isn't damaged. Don't worry, Frankie. It's made of atom wood. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about a thing. Stop forgetting the rest of us. Oh, that's what Usopp said. Something's coming from above the island. Oh, Saint Mars. Yep, Mars. Our boy Mars coming in hot like a pterodactyl. Another elder. They're really coming after us now. That's so crazy that, like, they are nonchalantly, like, casually referring to, like if this were King, I feel like they would be like, oh my god, King is coming. Like, if it was Kaido, right? They wouldn't be like, oh my god, another dragon, another Yonko, you know what I mean? Like, if it was Big Mom, Kaido, Shanks, even Blackbeard, right? They wouldn't be like, another Yonko? They're really coming after us now. They're like, oh shit, dude, it's a goddamn Yonko. Like, the way I'm not saying that the dialogue is, like, implying their perspective, but it just feels like Sanji's looking down on them, you know? Sanji's just like, oh my god, these pests, these nuisances, another fodder, a giant bird fodder this time. Also, he doesn't need to fly. He has a laser beam out of his goddamn mouth. If I was him, I would just I just vomit all over the entire ocean, dude. I guess, like, theoretically, if we were to play that out, Sanji could block that, I guess, but that would be sick, right? Anyways, oh my, you must be Straw Hat Luffy. Oh, we got a giant chef making giant food for little Luffy. The captains warned me about your appetite. That's why I had a bunch of food ready. But I wasn't planning on serving this all in one go. Then you weren't ready. Sorry to say. Sorry to say that, buddy. You weren't ready enough. Clearly, you're looking down on the warrior legend Nika, sun god Nika, hailing from Elbaf. How dare you? Must be executed. Sorry, I gotta fill up now. Just cook some more later. Gogya, Gog. Why did I read it like that? Why did I just jump in like that? Why didn't I register that that was a laugh? I don't know why I thought that was gonna be a word. You really eat a lot, don't you? Roar! Oh shoot! All right, I take it back. He did use the laser beam. Okay. All right. Use the laser beam. Fine. Wait. It's not even. Oh my god! The giants just casually protect the little people. So that's rude. That's able. No, I'm joking. But, like, they just casually just block it like the sun. Like, it's just like sunlight. Like, no, don't look at the sun. Quick, just put up our wooden shields. That'll block a mythical laser beam that incinerated, like, a metal futuristic lab. Yup, that's what's happening here. Moltres is in action. Is it? No, he looks more like Ho-Ho, actually. Now I think about it. It's probably both. That'd be funny if Oda just threw in, like, because they're not naming these attacks. Like, Oda just made it like Pokemon. It's like, Fire Blast, go! Hyper Beam! Protect the little people, so hot! Ooh-wah! Bjorn, Sig, you guys hanging in there? Oh, dang, we're getting some Norse words. How is Oda writing this in the raw? How is this? I'm curious. Is this a uh like an assumption in katakana, or is Oda like actually writing this in the raws? Like, how does he depict this O thing, the Norse O? Anyways, Bjorn Sig, you guys hanging in there? Put out the flames. We can't let the sails catch fire. Huh. Interesting. It's like them screaming that out. It's like if Saturn, or not Saturn, if Mars had like any brain cells, he'd be like, wait, they're right. I should aim for the sails. And then instead of like just aiming, since he flew this close anyways, he might as well just fly into the sail. It is what it is. It is what it is. What the? Is that a Pokemon? Is that a bird monster? Like, it's funny that he's asking that question when it's right there. And it's like, yes, that is a bird monster. Thank you. He didn't do the, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a bird monster. He didn't do that. No, he just jumped straight to the right answer. Love to see it. I owe you one. Thanks for having our... Now that I think about it, I think this has to be a theory already. But, because I'm sure a lot of people already made this connection. But, like, I don't know why it just dawned on me. Not dawned on me, but, like, thinking about it, because the Germa 66, their symbol is like the giant monster bird, like was it the Garuda or whatever? And like in the back, like when you look at why is this like so fresh in my head? When you look at their throne that Judge sits on, in the back there's a giant bird, and it's just like random. It's just there, and maybe it has to do with this. I owe you one. Thanks for having our backs, giants. It's blistering. Let's move Vegapunk and Daddy. Oh, that's Bonnie. I was like, what? I was like, huh? Who's Daddy? Hello? They'll burn. Yeah, listen, I think Kuma doesn't need to be worried about being burned. Like, let's be for real right now. Kuma is literally Superman. I'll carry them. Okay. Guess there's no ignoring these monsters. If they can fly, they can chase us to the ends of the world. Yeah, see, you think that, but like they won't. I dare them. I triple dog dare Mars to chase you to the end of the world. That would be interesting. Not a single one of you will be permitted to escape. Mm-hmm. Ooh, it's another earthquake. I don't know if it's me. It's probably like, I feel like this chapter is hella long for some reason. Like, I think it's because the pictures are big. Like, I don't know why. There's not a lot that's like happening either. For some reason, it just feels long. Anyways. Ooh-ah. Oh, maybe it's because I'm scrolling so much. No, that doesn't make sense. Ooh-ah. It's another I don't know why I said ooh-ah like 6 times now. It's another earthquake. All right, my belly's full. Let's go. Wait, were they waiting for Luffy to eat? Like, at this rate, the reality is that Mars is not a threat. Like, if we're being for real right now, Luffy just goes, like, and clobbers this dude, no? I guess that for the giants, it's a threat because they can't fly. But, like, even Sanji put up, like, good resistance against Nasajuro, right? Against Venus. So, like, if Luffy didn't look tired, realistically, Luffy looks at this and is just like, it's just a big bird, guys. What's the big deal? No way. Is what we heard true? Are the sea... Why does that matter now? Are the sea levels... Oh, because the earthquake. Are the sea levels really still rising? This is bad. Wait, actually, yeah, wait, why is it an earthquake? Is it the Iron Giant? Oh, that'd be kind of sick if the Iron Giant just like swam up underneath and did like the what Vega Force 1 did to the Thousand Sunny. If like they just came up and then the Legend Iron Giant's like, hello, hello, little people. Let's see. Are the sea levels really still rising? This is bad. Bonnie. Wow, Nika. Again, I've got no idea who you're talking about. Huh. Wow, Nika. Yeah, I guess Vegapunk did say like verbatim that this is Nika, right? It's like a festive beat. Oh, and then they start bust down dancing. Great. Luffy goes Gear 5. Wait, did we see the transformation? No, we didn't. This is just it. He's in Gear 5 now. And then they just start dancing. They stop fighting. They start dancing. That's how it be. We can't both dance around like this, you blockhead. Who's gonna put out the fires? Come on, don't you want to blow these guys out of the water? Whoa. Whoa. I couldn't keep up with you in that form. Of course you can. I don't know how your powers work, but I'm sure you got this. Oh, shit. This is it. That's just how I look when I'm totally free. Distorted future. Give me a future. Oh, shit. I didn't think it was going to be this arc. Oh my god, dude. Give me a future where I'm totally free. Oh, she didn't say Nika. That's interesting. You couldn't rest now, Jenny. I swear I'll raise her well. This is it, where I'm totally free. Yeah. That's the spirit, Bonnie. Yeah. I sense something is amiss. We must hurry. What the hell are they? Whoa, 2 Nikas. Who's saying that? Who's saying 2 Nika? Oh, I guess the giants. That makes sense. The giants know. I did it. They become albino giants? Ooh, that's an important line. Then Mars, let's do this. There you are. 2 warriors running amok. That's interesting. The Iron Giant registered Bonnie before Luffy. Where I'm totally free. This is it. This is what, like, we said this so long ago. And then, I mean, the reality is like, in Egghead, Luffy was already overkill. It's not needed. Okay. Wow, I thought Luffy is enough for Mars. Like, it's not, Oda didn't need to pull out Bonnie right now, but this looks great. This looks great. And this confirms something to me. Like, I forgot. I think it was, yeah, with Cole on a stream, but then also on my watch parties. I forget which watch party it was. I was saying like one day we're gonna get, not like, Bonnie is just the beginning. Bonnie's just the beginning. Every character, every human is capable of this transformation. That's what it is. And man, because like that, Bonnie's power is so crazy because the limiting factor that Saturn was saying was like, you're older, so like reality is less, like, is more limited to you. Oh wait. Oh shoot, we're done. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. Let me try and get the 38. Oh, I was too slow. I got the 38 though. Dang, the fastest chapter reading in all time. We're crazy. And this chapter felt hella long, dude. This chapter felt hella long. KCM mode in One Piece. Yeah. Like fun fact, but when like before Gear 5, let me know if there's any translation or adaptation questions you have. Oh, the only one is, how does the Bjorn and Sig, how does that get translated? Is it just katakana and it's just assumed, or does Oda like write out the Norse words? I guess this chapter is that's like the only one. I'll double check though. Appreciate you, Fiso. This chapter was short AF part only. No, it wasn't. Wait, it actually didn't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. God. Be Yorun. Okay. So it was like the Shigu katakana assumed. Got it, Fiso. That makes sense. I understand now. And then freeing Bonnie, she's been through so much. Nobody but Kuma deserved it more than her. Yeah, like at this point, like if Kuma wakes up and sees Bonnie as Nika, he's going to die. Like he's literally gonna pass away. He's gonna go to heaven, and he'll like his will can finally fizzle out. It's like he doesn't need, because, and the other wow. Ooh, I was stumbling over words. The other part of it is, and I said this, in the Joy Girl posted a video, but like the huge emphasis point is that Kuma believed in Nika, and he chose to pass on his legacy in Luffy and Bonnie. Ironically, the two people that can achieve Nika. And and my point earlier about saying that this should be capable of every. Oh, actually, let me go back to what I was saying before. Before Gear 5, when people were theorizing about what next level powers Luffy would have, like we knew Gear 5 was coming, partially because like there was an SBS that hinted at Gear 5, but like, you know, it's just kind of like a like what's after Gear 4? Probably a Gear 5, right? And even if a Gear 5 wasn't the name, it's like what further power-ups? People were like the bounce house or whatever, and like various things, and some people said like giant Luffy. And that's what I liked about those theories, is that like everybody came up with a part that ended up being embodied by what we got. And my version of it was that if you go back to the like my first theories, it was saying that Haki can imitate devil fruits. If you are passionate about something or like a master of something, eventually you'll be able to manifest devil fruit like powers. You don't need a devil fruit to do it. Devil fruits are just training wheels for peak Haki. And a bridge to that line of logic, you know, the premise of that is saying that like, yeah, like if you have a character who is able to embody the same essence of a devil fruit power, they will be able to show off that devil fruit power. And the bridge to that is Bonnie's power, which is Bonnie's power is the ability to access any timeline, any possible future for humanity. And so what we're seeing, right, like based off of what even Saturn said, what we're seeing is that Nika, and he said Nika is like, if she believed hard enough, then she could do it. And it was pitiful. I think he said pitiful. It's pitiful that she couldn't even do it. That's what I'm pretty sure those are his words. But the overarching point is that what that means is that everybody is capable of Nika. Because if this is a possible timeline for Bonnie, why isn't it a possible timeline for anybody? Right? The difference is that Bonnie's power allows her to freely access all of the timelines, right? So the difference is that for people, they don't have the ability to freely jump in and out of timelines like Bonnie does. But that doesn't mean that that timeline is inaccessible, right? And oh my god, I just realized, so like at the beginning of this video, or not video, the stream, I was saying like I hope that this chapter doesn't like cause me to spin out of control on and now work on a completely separate video. And it doesn't technically, because I have one like set up, it's just not recorded. But now we can do this. We can do this. And here's what I'll do for the, how many people are on stream? How many people are here? How many people are here enjoying today? We got 571. All right. So I'll show you guys. You guys may have seen this image on somewhere on the internet, but I was just talking about, is it in this one? There it is, opened right to it. I even tweeted at, was it Pew? No, it was, I think it was Sandman. And I said, no, it was Pew. I said, stop it, don't, because he was started posting pictures of a certain reference material, and it's not a common thing that's on the internet. But I bought all of them because a lot of my many of you guys may not have realized it, but a lot of my recent videos I've been incorporating a new reference material. I actually brought it up in the podcast, how I was saying like the hierarchy of what I refer to as like hardcore canon, and now like the thing that surmounts VVer cards and everything like that is the color walks, because everything in these are 100% Oda. Oda drew everything. Everything is Oda's words. The interviews are the only exception, only because there's another person speaking in the interview. So, but I opened right to it because I have it bookmarked. And I showed this to my watch party streams, which it is sad to say that I haven't been doing watch parties recently. But to show you guys how exciting some of those old watch parties were, this is... I took a picture of this, and it was funny because I took a picture of this because like I couldn't find it really on the internet, but now it's on the internet because Pew posted it, and I said, stop it, don't post these, I have a video about this. And that video is a Bonnie video, and again, this part right here is just cherry, because like the only difference between this and like what Oda said before, not Oda, Saturn said before, is now we have the visual of Bonnie turning Nika. Is my point, my extension of this is that now that it's concretely shown that Bonnie can turn into Nika, that means that everybody can turn to Nika. And I think I said this. I said in my Blackbeard video. Oh, yeah, it's in the Blackbeard video. In the Blackbeard video, towards the end, I talk about the difference between Luffy and Blackbeard. And I talk about how specifically Zoro, and I planted that seed. I remember exactly where it is. It's where I'm talking about Zoro's scene with Kuma. And I was saying that Zoro is probably the character that knows Luffy and Luffy's power the most out of anybody in the world, even more than Bonnie. I would still say that Zoro probably knows about the power more than even Bonnie. And the reason why I say that is because Zoro experienced the pain of being Nika to an extent. And pain is one of the best ways to learn, which is the whole point of that Blackbeard video. And so the reason why I inserted that specific line, and a lot of people, you know, ask me like, yo, Par, this part wasn't exactly relevant to this video. Like, why did you include it? And it's like, I always have a reason. Whenever there's like a small detour, there's something I'm prepping for a future video. And this is the image that I was prepping. Oda drew this where he was showing a timeline where Zoro ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi. And my favorite part of this is that Rayleigh is laughing at him and pointing at him, and it's like, haha, that's so funny. But yeah, Oda did this. I think this is the most recent color walk. There's, I think, another one coming out, but this is like, I think this is like 2018. It might be 2019. I'm forgetting. I have to double check it. But yeah, Oda. Oh yeah, Oda drew it. By the way, right after he drew the concept art of the thing of Gear 5. So remember that this is in like this. These color walks are in like basically chronological. Not chronological per se, but like, as Oda like made it relevant, that's when it's ordered in the book. So like you can see the color spreads in order. It might not be that Oda drew them in that timeline, but that's the way they were published. And so if you remember, now I'm remembering, it wasn't 2018. It was after Road to Laugh Tale that this came out. And so this concept art, Road to Laugh Tale, and then boom, right after the Gear 5 concept, we have Zoro. Oda's showing a timeline where Zoro ate the Gomu Gomu no Mi, and he continues to do it in various capacities. And again, I showed all of them on the watch party stream, because you know, watch party streams are an extra special place where extra special people come out to throw me love. And I apologize again to all those people who came to all of the streams, and I haven't been doing them for a few months because I've been busy. But the point is that the what's it called, one, I guess, main thing, love it, awesome. The second thing I want to say is, and like, I'm saying this not to be like negative, but I'm like it's not that it's too early either. That's not what I'm trying to, because like the separation between Bonnie achieving this form and not like and not achieving it was literally like if you did not believe, if you're not a, like, I'm not a Christian, right? But it's just easiest to use this example. If you are a Christian, right, and then you believe in Jesus, but you're not a devout, like, it's some random dude in the past, and then you saw Jesus Christ, like, literally in the flesh in front of you, multiple verifications, like the stories, he's doing the walking on water, he turned water to wine, he did all that shit, then the world's smartest man's like, yep, that's Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, right? Like then you, like, there's no greater way to become a believer, right? And like, that's what happened to Bonnie. Before she saw Luffy or Nika, it makes sense. It like, how is your belief so strong? Like, these legends, blah 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 blah. And then you see Jesus right there, and it's like, all right, I'm gonna call me Christian. You know what I mean? Like, you know, like, Christianity is Lord and Savior. You know what I mean? Like, Yahweh. You know what I mean? That's what happened to Bonnie. So it's like, it's, when I say it's, when I earlier when I said it's like too early, I didn't mean for it like from a logical standpoint. I meant from like oh god, One Piece is speeding up so fast. Like, I thought that like maybe next arc, maybe later on, maybe like Bonnie understands it and she has to, like, you know, do whatever. Oh, and the other reason why is because earlier, even in the chapter reading, I was saying Luffy takes out Mars. I don't, like, if all the Gorosei line up, like, is Luffy scared? I think Luffy can defend the ship while it's on the water. Can Mars, can they go into the water in the first place? Do we know that? So like, that, like, between those two, that's why I'm like, damn, like, Oda pulled it up, but like, what is Bonnie gonna do? They're gonna do like a group Kamehameha. I guess like next chapter is gonna be telling, because it's like, do we need two Jesuses? Do we need two Nikas? Was that needed? I don't know. Does it like feel cool? Hell yeah. Like this, like Bonnie doing this, the only thing that can make it better is if Kuma sees it. Like I feel like that's the only thing, right? And I think he like this is current timeline and then it's flashback, right? Like he's pointed up. And then the other interesting part, I guess, is the legendary Iron Giant now recognizing. He goes, "There you are." So like, why wasn't Luffy registering it? I guess maybe just two is greater than one. And like, I think like, so I just realized I've been going on a huge like not tangent, but like, I mean, this is exciting. I mean, this is cool. I see, like, I guess there's like a few things, right, that come into mind. Is Luffy? Sorry, I'm going another tangent. I see a super chat. I'm gonna get to super chats in a second. And the chat. Sorry, I haven't even looked up. Truth be told, I'm very tired. I will be working. I got like this adrenaline right now. Is exactly what I needed. I'm so hyped. Um, what was I saying? Oh. With Luffy, Gear 5, there's one part of Gear 5 that I again, it's like it might sound negative and it might sound like I'm critiquing like this aspect of Oda's writing, but I do feel like that sometimes it gets too much. And when that what that is how Oda drip feeds like the power systems, sometimes like implying everything or having everything be implied and explained later doesn't always feel good. And the one aspect of Luffy's power that feels like maybe we shouldn't know everything about it. Yes, I get like food revives him. He said that this chapter, but we don't know about like the cost of Gear 5 to Luffy. Everything else had a cost, and then Gear 5 is just like limitless and it just needs food, right? And I'm curious if that's the case with Bonnie, because like she was already glutton in the reality, right? And this is straight from the video that I was talking about, that the Bonnie video. This is straight from it. Let me just, what I was saying, okay, so this is like maybe a third way into the video where I was saying that one of the clues that Bonnie was always, or like not clues isn't the right word, but like in hindsight we can reflect on, like part of the gluttonous nature that Bonnie has might be due to the fact that she has always, like, basically in our timeline always been used. Her devil fruit has constantly been in use, or devil fruit, right? Like her power has constantly been in use. And so the age and timeline that she was accessing, maybe it was that she was, she was like, that's an inclination that she was close to Nika, or like related to a Nika like power. And that might mean less about Bonnie herself and more about the experiments that Saturn was running, right? Because it still blows my mind that Saturn says, like, oh yeah, like casually, oh yeah, your power can access the thing of like the possibility of Nika. And I knew that, and I still tossed her ass. Like, he didn't even check. He didn't even try to. Like, Bonnie didn't have blue scales until later. So Saturn just tossed Ginny out because she had blue scales and assumed the same, I guess, of Bonnie, and just tossed them both. Bonnie was already born at the time. So it's like, wait, what? Why was this a thing? Like, why didn't you test Bonnie? How did you throw away potential Nika? What does that mean? And like, as a clue to what this Bonnie video is about, it's the back then when I wrote it, it was centered around the experiments that Saturn was doing, because I feel like we learned a lot, but it got buried underneath like all the developments that we were exposed to. But this is a great rebound point, because it, like, to me, it blows my mind that like that Sonic could just toss this potential away without even trying, without even testing it, which implies to me that this potential isn't the valuable part to it, which is wild. You would think that like having the potential of Nika underneath their wing would be something that they would want, but apparently they didn't care. So maybe that implies something crazy. But yeah, going back to what I was saying about Luffy, is that we don't necessarily know his recoil other than the food. We don't know the context of the old man form. We don't know the context about his time limit. We don't know the context of what it means with the heartbeat of like the power. We just know it starts it back up. But like, is it a limiting factor? Does he just beat his chest like an ape, like King Kong, and then he's back? Like, is that what it is? Does someone just do CPR and then he comes back? Like, what is the context of Luffy going into Gear 5? What's the limitations? And the reason why that's important here, and the reason why I prefaced it as like it sounds negative, but it's like it's just the way Oda kind of like writes it, and you know, we're gonna get the answer eventually, I'm sure. But now that we got Bonnie into the picture and she's accessing it with a completely foreign access point to this power, it begs the question of like, what are her limitations? Because like, she didn't eat. Did she eat as much as Luffy? No. So is this power going to stay? I would imagine she turns into this power and then she fizzles out like very quickly. Does she have the drums of vibration? It sounds like it. She has the sounds. So like, there's so much to this moment. And there was a third thing that I was gonna say too. So like, limitations, this is cool. Curious about the limitations. I imagine next chapter Bonnie hits the limitations and Luffy doesn't. Maybe Bonnie's super hungry. Maybe she recognizes that. I don't know. What was the third thing? Third thing, it was oh, hold on. I think for this one, and this is straight from the thing to, what the heck? What the heck? This, I'm hitting the M button and it's a what? What the heck is happening on my computer? All right. Okay, my number pad. Like, wait, what? Since when did I have a number pad on my keyboard? All right. All right, I'll just say it. Should I say it? I guess I should say it. In the video, one of the supporting elements to this, like, the theory that everyone's going to access the power of Nika, was the part that I'm pretty sure in chapter 1045 or whatever, like, they say that, like, Nika's ability is to, or was it in the concept art? It was like akin to like the laughing Luffy gives everyone a smile, but it was like akin to the idea that it was like contagious. And so like, I was going to flex that statement into supporting the part that like, once people get exposed to Nika enough, they're going to contagiously activate into this power. And the problem is the repercussions, right? Because that's the thing that I would like to know. And maybe that's the reason why Oda withheld it. Maybe it's that Luffy doesn't suffer from the repercussions because he's lived his whole life like this, and Luffy's like Luffy is what's the word? Like, Luffy is best suited for this power. Whereas if other people access this power dangerously, maybe they have dangerous repercussions. And maybe we see that with Bonnie. Maybe we see that, but like, not necessarily sure how it applied to Bonnie, right? But like, if Zoro were to do it, I'd imagine it'd be terrifying bad. So, let me see. All right, let me get to chat. Kuma is dead? Is Kuma dead? I mean, has Kuma always been dead though? Like technically, I'm sure you just kind of like reboot him, you know, like a computer. Like when a computer starts malfunctioning, what do? You kick it, right? I'm sure like there's Kuma can just he goes, oh yeah, now I recognize it. Kuma's the one who said this. You can rest now, Ginny. I swear I'll raise her well. That's a flashback. Nah, Kuma's chilling. He's thinking, dude. He's thinking. But yeah, I don't know. I even know if I could focus on the chat because I'm just like thinking about all this. She's gonna have to eat like Luffy, distorted future. Yeah. I don't think it's if she gets hockey by saying give me a hockey distorted future. I don't think that's what it is because like the timelines that she enters in are temporary and then the other part of it is like even if she said like okay, let's just say she goes give me a future where I'm the strongest man and she turns into Whitebeard or Kaido, whatever, or Shanks, whatever you think, right? If she were to exert the power, I would imagine that would immediately take her out of it. Like it's like a one-time use type of thing, right? And I think the point of the Nika aspect is what Luffy says when he accesses it. He says, I can fight the way I've always wanted to, right? So like in Zoro's aspect, that would mean something different for Luffy. The path to Nika would be different for every single person. But when everybody accesses Nika, like the free moment, they end up resembling a similar thing. And it's something that Oda actually not theoretically. I won't leak this one. This one is my secret sauce. Secret sauce. Oda actually said something really big somewhere within the first 100 chapters, and I'm using that as evidence. So, let me see what the best chat is, and then I'll get to super chats. I pray you're wrong about what, like. About what? Elaborate. This is just Luffy liberating Bonnie. Agree. Think his scar eye will pop out. His scar might pop off. Apparently, Luffy could just take off his scars. Having your most free. Your fight just brings the goofiness in other people. Agreed. What's with all the 12-year-olds? Was Joy Boy 12 that he got aged up or something? Maybe. Shanks is trolling Green Bull, eh? Wait, what do you mean by that? Can Bonnie reverse Kuma to Prime? He is an object after all? No. Because, I mean, he's thinking here. You can rest now, Ginny. Right? So, like, that's a distinction from object. I believe Kuma is dead. If not, the backstory would be pointless. I don't know if it'd be pointless, but I also can't really say that he did die or didn't die here. I feel like Oda doesn't like killing people off, but also like from this, I don't get an indication that he like died because he's like thinking, right? Let me see. Really, damn, all these Kuma dead supporters. That's crazy. What a Please keep characters dead, Oda. What do you mean keep characters dead? There's no indication that he died here. He's literally thinking. What are you guys talking about? At least like his thoughts are going. All right? Like that's more than anything. And if anything, he's been dead and he used hockey and he's thinking. Come on, guys. Don't think you guys see, fun fact. One of the reasons people vampires, like vampire lore is super interesting because it's not like an ancient like ideology. Like we had cannibals and stuff like that, but like vampires was more like year 1400, year 1200 or whatever like that. And the apparently one of the rationales for why we thought vampires were a thing was because our medical science was so bad that we prematurely buried a bunch of people who were alive. And so when we buried them and put them in coffins, they would start waking up and be like, "Hey, I'm alive." And people were like, "Why is that dead guy talking? Oh my god, it's a vampire." And then like afterwards, like once the person dies in the thing, they're like, "Oh, I must be mistaken." And they open up the coffin and they see like scratch mark and claws mark are the people coming out. And it was basically because our medical science just buried people before like and like declaring, because we didn't know that they weren't dead. They just needed like a long rest. And like I guess like, you know, even listening to heartbeat and stuff like that, like they was just that's what it was. So like that's where a lot of like vampire lore comes from. It's just this idea that like that people were dead, but we were just stupid. And I'm not saying that you guys are dumb for saying thinking that Kuma is dead. I'm just saying that if unless like here's the thing, here's the reality. I talked about this on the podcast. Like we can't trust even Vivre cards anymore. Saul came back to life. Saul's a vampire. Oda declared Saul dead, and he came back to life. So like, listen, unless we have a funeral, unless okay, no, not even a funeral, right? Some people are like, oh, Whitebeard and Ace are alive. Some people have theories that Ace came back to life, and it's not even what you think. But here's how we know if someone's truly dead: if Moria raises them back from the dead, they were dead. So until Moria or like we have a long funeral and it's been like thousands of chapters, you know, just assume that they're alive, guys. It's better that way. Vegapunk mentioned a Buccaneer ability, and I think that ability is to program ships with hockey, and he programmed his own body since it's mostly metal. Ooh. Oh, that's an interesting logic and like conclusion. Huh. I have a different thing on the ship's front, but let me just message Shy. Um let me see, let me see. Da, 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 da. Let me see, let me see. I forgot what I was just talking about, but let me get to some of these super chats and then we can talk more, obviously. So let me start from the top. John Stoops, 12-month membership again. Appreciate you. 1-year anniversary as a visionary pirate. Lord Vegeta, welcome. I feel like I haven't seen your name in chat, but I haven't seen your name in the super chats, so that's dope. Oh, we got Mega Migs in Twitch. Honey, ALS, us called it. Yeah, oh yeah, 40 minutes. You're right. You're right. I did hit a 40-minute thing. Like the stream, we ready for it. Let's go. Shout outs to you. Appreciate you. Lord Vegeta. Oh, Lord Vegeta with $5 super chat says, I think this chapter really gets straight to the point, no curveballs or mysteries, which makes it refreshing, impactful, and a quick read. Peak. Yeah, I mean, this chapter was interesting. Like, it wasn't like a lot of updates or like context. I feel like it was just Oda wanted to highlight the, like, yeah, the title of it being free and the Bonnie stuff. The rest of it was like, it could have been in another chapter, it could have been in the next chapter, you know. But like this part is like the only, like, he wanted to put all of these things into, just put it behind the Bonnie thing so that he can get it out of the way. That's kind of what it felt like. Technically, that's kind of how some theory videos feel like, where it's like, as an example, like my red line video that I recently posted. The main thing that I wanted to get to was the Kong stuff, but I was like, I want to put supporting, like just add more context to the red line stuff, so it ended up being a longer video, but kind of like what Oda did here. Red's me name $5 super chat says, too long for a super chat here, but please check the Discord for my interpretation on Bonnie's power in the One Piece. Got it. I will do. I'll do that after the stream. Oh, it like the moo, the Discord thing. We have to adjust that because the chapter added some lines, which is interesting. If I think the message is done now, right? Because like, there's no shot that it fizzled out at the beginning and we got no updates on it. So I'm assuming the message is done. Like it's absolutely done. Growth Stonks $5 super chat says, hey Par, please check out my theory in your Discord. Explains why Uranus is the Emerald City, the ancient kingdom name, and confirms the Green Line. Green Line is interesting. I like the Uranus. I think you mentioned this last stream, the Uranus Emerald City. I said I agreed on the Uranus Emerald City part, except I wouldn't name it Emerald City. I have a different name for it. But I could see why you would call it Emerald City. The ancient kingdom name and confirms the Green Line. That's all interesting. Ancient kingdom name is something I'm back and forth on. But the Green Line was who? Who do I remember did Green Line? Was that was Hidden Island? I feel like Hidden Island had the thumbnail. Or was it Dax? I think it was Hidden Island. I might be misremembering. Probably misremembering. Zamdi Al, $5 super chat. A slave raised the freest girl in the world. Gorosei recognized the robot from 200 years ago, not as Joy Boy's time. It implies they are not from the Void Century. Oh. You know what? You're right. The Gorosei didn't recognize the robot from the Void Century. I actually didn't think about that. That's one of those things. Was that last chapter? Because that's what I think about last chapter. I feel like every page, if I had the ability to stop time and work like for an infinite amount of time, last chapter I feel like every page could have been broken down to some an insane amount, and I chose to focus on Sword, but I feel like on each page there was something. I'm exaggerating, obviously, like the Masira Don Krieg one you can't really do much with, but like yeah, you're right. The Gorosei recognized the robot from 200 years ago, not as Joy Boy's time. That's actually huge. That like clicked in my head, but like it didn't register the gravity of that, like meaning like their age and their reference point, which is ironic because like they knew about Nika's fruit to a certain extent, but like I guess the reality is this giant's from 900 years ago. So it could be that it was like they never, like if they started at, no, but Nika knows about it. Like no, actually Nika doesn't know about this thing, but it knows about Nika. So that means that there's some concurrency. Like, or is that the right word? Concurrency? I'll be thinking about that one. But a slave raised the freest girl in the world. Which I'm assuming, Zam, that your point in saying that is your point in saying that is that's probably the same case for Joy Boy, right? And possibly Nika, right? Like this, like there probably is a parallel, and the parallel is the Buccaneers, right? Joy Boy, Buccaneers, but Joy Boy may not have been a Buccaneer if that's the case, right? Because Bonnie's not a Buccaneer. It's just that Kuma created an environment that fostered the belief in being free. So similarly, Joy Boy experienced something similar, I'm guessing. Which would mean that the Buccaneers gave rise to Joy Boy. That's an interesting kind of logic. Except for the part that, like, I guess Bonnie, Super Advanced Kingdom, Ancient Kingdom, Vegapunk Super Advanced, you could say Bonnie's from there, but saying is born. Oh, I guess she was born at the Marriage Schwa. Would you say that's Super Advanced? Not really. Saturn's kind of like rock, like Stone Age science. I could probably do it better. Congruency, is that the word? Not concurrency. Congruency. Is that really the word? Congruency? I guess that makes sense. Thank you. Bonnie can Nika too, so what other fruits can achieve the same thing? It's not a question of what other fruits can achieve the same thing. It's that everybody can achieve the same thing. That's what it is. It's just that not everybody, the thing that Bonnie has that allows her to get Nika is her ability to jump in and out of timelines, bad or good. The reality is her power has an incredibly difficult foundation, unstable foundation, in the sense of, like, if she was mentally unstable, like if she was depressed or anxious or whatever, right? She would not be able to access, like if she had like an Usopp mindset, right? Saying that for a specific reason. She had an Usopp like mindset. Hint, hint, wink, wink. You guys might know what these videos are about, but she had that, then she probably wouldn't be able to access Nika, right? So like the reality is she needs to have the belief in Nika. That's the way. The thing that Bonnie has gained from the Gorosei, or Saturn specifically, is the ability to go in and out of timelines. The power that she has is not what technically allows her to get Nika. Her being human is what, remember, Nika is a mythical human, which means it is a potential for humanity. The reality for devil fruits, all devil fruits, according to Vegapunk's theories, are just different branches of evolution for all of humanity. That's how those work. Which is important, right? Go back to the very first theory videos I have, is that all, like, anybody can mimic any devil fruit. That's the reality. But at the time, we didn't have this scope. We didn't have Gear 5. We didn't have any of these things to give us a framework of how far Oda would go. And now I can say without a shadow of doubt that, like, no, everybody is capable of the Nika thing. The limiting factor is, someone asked, like, is the 12-year-old thing important? Yes, it's important, because that goes back to what Garp says. Garp says, the younger you are, the more infinite your potential is, which is why the ultimate final lesson that he imparted on his subordinates, the future of the Navy, Kobe, is that when it comes to saving life, you will always value younger over older. It doesn't matter who that older person is. Even if it's the hero of the Marines, you abandon them for a younger person, because that younger person has way more potential than the older person. And if you stitch all of these concepts together of what Oda gave us in Egghead, you get the reality that yes, every human is capable of every single devil fruit. That's why, again, go back to the first theory videos, devil fruits are just training wheels, are hacks to that timeline. They shoot you into that timeline. Why? Go back to Vegapunk's theory of these powers. They are the dreams of, they're already created, they're imparted, they're the dreams someone else gave to you, right? Now, the part about awakenings is apparently it's that like your will lines up. So it means like the dreams line up. I'm assuming the case, right? The important part of why the difference between like not Sanji, but like the difference between Nami and Bonnie, or not Nami. Let's go with Bluegrass. Let's go with Bluegrass has a devil fruit. We need an old person with no devil fruit. Kureha. The difference between Kureha and Bonnie is literally just age. But even Kureha acts as some crazy stuff, right? Because she's like old beyond human capabilities, right? And the thing like that most like people are gonna like be shocked at, it's like, wait, what? Everybody's capable of the thing? Like you go back to the I can't say this one, but like this is something Oda has stated. Okay, beyond stating it, very early in One Piece, like I'm not joking, very early in One Piece, Oda actually drew this development for all of humans in One Piece. Like I'm not joking. Like when I get to the video, it's gonna be there, and if you're in this stream and you remember what I'm saying right now, you're going to know when that image comes up on the screen, you're like, wait, what? That was there? And I'm like, yeah. So when Oda says that verbatim, that means that every human is capable of this. The only difference is that Bonnie is able to jump in and out of it. But what was the super chat again? Oh no, that was a comment. Yes, the old thing is, I'm like reading the chat and like I go to like obviously what's it called? Like mods and stuff like that, and then recognize names. I see the Will of Dreams. Their comment is, yes, the 12-year-old thing is important to the cops and the law. Yeah, that's the takeaway of what I was saying. 100%. Did we ever get the name? Not necessarily, no. There was like a theorized name that like the doctors had, but not really. A lot of your ideas feel like something Oda would think, but editors would instantly deny. That's why they're the editors, bro. I have to figure out which. I said this to Cole. Oh, I know it. We were having a debate about like Yonkos and stuff, and you know what? Maybe it's time to call Cole up. But like, what stream was that? Whose stream was that on? Did we all stream it? It was with Zonin. We all streamed it. I think about like 2 hours in, I go off on a monologue about this. I'm going to clip it and I'm going to put it in. This was, oh my God, this was like 4 or 5 months ago. Jesus. That's why I was like, wait, when was this? Why does it feel like so long? I guess Oda has had like a few breaks. That's why I feel spaced out. Makes sense. Judah Bond Seaborn $5 super chat says, you think this could be a one-time transformation, or do you think she will be able to do this rest of her life? The question you should ask yourself though is not whether she can replicate this, because the reality is that even when she first used her power offensively, she already asked for Nika, like a Nika-ish future, and that already gave her basically Gear 3 Luffy. all she needed to do is imagine what it would mean to be like the legends that Kuma depicted, which was a rubbery boy with freedom and laughter, and that turned into a Gear 3 punch type of thing, right? So now that she sees Jesus right in front of her, Nika, little God standing in front of her, and she can look at that, the only way that she would not be able to access his power is if, and this is important, she loses hope. So if you go back to my, it's in the video before the Ancient Kingdom name theory video. It was like there was two back-to-back Emu videos. Oh, the one where it's Luffy in Gear 5 sitting on Nami's lap and Emu's in the background, that thumbnail. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, I can pull it up. I don't know, my keyboard's acting up right now and I don't know why. Oh, is it number lock? Is that what it is? This video. Right here. This one. The new dimension of Vegapunk's theory, the realm of gods. This one. Pretty sure it's this one. In this one, I was talking about the idea that like what Emu's powers basically is going to be if Nika, Sun God Nika, is empowered by hope, then it would make sense that Emu is empowered by fear. That's why the Gorosei, the world government, operates on creating fear of adventure, fear of pirates, fear of everything, fear of the history, fear of you name it. Their currency is fear. Luffy's is hope and belief. So the opposite, whatever you think the opposite is, the way you'd get Bonnie to not be able to access this timeline, even if she believes in Nika, even if she has already accessed this power hundreds of times, is you instill a lack of belief in the future, which would come from an immense amount of fear, which is just like a trope in general where like the main character or the main character group, like they breeze through a certain arc or they do something crazy and then they meet the raid boss, they meet the final villain and they're not ready for that villain yet, and you get the what's like, I guess Bleach's spiritual pressure and this is Conquer's hockey, like you get that level of something in Demon Slayer, the demon pressure, whatever it is. Like if you experience that and you feel hopeless to the point you can't even move, that's how you prevent Bonnie from getting into the power. You take away the hope. It's not that she won't be able to access the power. It's that her fear and denial of the future overpowers her hope of the future. She can envision it. She just can't access it because you shut off the timeline. That's how I would imagine you would stop her from being able to get the power. And then the other thing that you should ask Judabot is not, again, if she will have this power for the rest of her life, but more so, what is the recoil and what are the limitations? Meaning that Luffy himself has limitations. We don't know the ramifications of it, but I would imagine that applies outwards to everybody else in the future who accesses Nika, is that everybody is going to suffer some kind of recoil that Luffy supersedes. Like, I don't think everybody will be able to be as durable and have enough endurance in the form as Luffy. That's where I would that I think, in my opinion, like if we get it depicted that like Bonnie can can utilize Luffy's power just the same level as him, and the reality is like Luffy didn't train necessarily, like he hasn't like traditionally trained with Gear 5 to master it, but the reality is he's been mastering it his whole life. He embodied it to the point where he can awaken it, right? So like there are religious examples that I don't want to exactly pull out haphazardly because I don't want to like offend, but like in religion there are these figures that it's like the difference between you and those figures is not like some like unachievable thing, right? Like there's certain things that those figures did and embody that if you are able to achieve them, you would be the same as them. The difference is it's insurmountable technically, like in practice, to get that level, but like it's not like there isn't a pathway there. But then the question becomes is someone who recreates that path the same as the person who created the path, right? So and then the other stipulation on Bonnie versus Luffy in this moment where they're both Nika is here's my favorite thing on how much I believe that everybody's going to access Nika powers. You guys see that? You guys see that? What is this? What is this? Who's that guy? Did Par already draw the next Nika figure? Huh. That's gonna be fun. Can't wait for that one, guys. Cause like realistically, come on, guys. That's gonna happen. 100%. Like let's not even act like that's not a possibility. But again, like you go back all the way back here, all the way back here, all the way here. Boom. Devil fruits are training wheels for peak hockey. Most of what I was talking about today are embodied in these two videos. The elemental hockey, devil fruits training wheels. Some of you guys don't need to rewatch those, but the reality is those theories have grown throughout the channel, and so there have been developments, but those are the foundations. You can hear some of the things in those things and apply it like one-to-one to what we're talking about here today. With a wig and a scarf. Who knows? Yes, Mocal. That is the other stipulation. Bonnie might have her own fighting style in Nika form. That is something I would like to see too. But the thing is, the problem with that, the only problem with that is that so far she like punches and kicks, which like Luffy does too. I guess she uses a staff sometimes, but like how different can it be? I guess the difference is like she like here's something to consider, right? Luffy's power in Gear 5 allows him to rubberize the environment. Is Bonnie's power the same in that regard? Because like, or is it that she can change the timeline of things around her? Because that would be wild. That's scary to me. I don't know if that is something that's in the card, but like I almost didn't say it on stream because I know that that's going to be like, whoa, I don't like this idea anymore. And the only reason why I think it's like significant to consider is Paramecia Awakenings. Like you have like Doflamingo and Katakuri that influence the environments, and like they can change a building into mochi. So if you were to apply what Vegapunk said, is that they are then changing the timeline of their environment to a timeline where their environment is string and mochi. Like that's technically how that would work, like if you apply that logic. And if we're saying that Bonnie's power is the like okay like I'm gonna say something and then I'm gonna say something that makes people more mad about Bonnie's power. Okay, so first part is that like I don't see a reason why Bonnie wouldn't be able to do that. And the only limiting factor I see really is Law and Kid's powers. Their powers, when they're awakened, function differently than Doflamingo and Katakuri's. So like there's a world where Bonnie can do it similar to like Law, where she can apply the timeline to objects, but we've seen her do that. But we've seen Law chop up objects too. And we've seen Bonnie shoot the thing and create near death experiences for people. So like I don't know what that would mean. So like in the scope of paralleling Law and Bonnie, and in Kid's case, Kid can apply the magnetism to a living object. Bonnie can already do that. So that's why I'm like, is it just the environment thing? So that's me saying that out loud, and I'm not going to include this in the video because like I could drag on a video and talk about like the counter things to it, but like realistically, I feel like by the end of the series, that's kind of where it would be. But like the part that should like, this is the part that like I'm surprised more people aren't more like upset about. Like, and it has nothing to do with this chapter. And it has more to do with like what Saturn told us about Bonnie's power. Is that if you combined, again, this is the premise of that video that I'm gonna post. Damn, oh, man, I'm remembering how what's left in that video to do. There's not much, but that one's a hard one to edit. It's a long video. It's a I won't say this part, but the part that should be more wild about Bonnie's power is that I don't think people realize it, but like when we're saying like when earlier when I said like Nika is a possibility for every human, right? The reality is that sounds obnoxious for Nika, but it's already applied in the One Piece world to the extent that my premise theory is that every human is capable of every devil fruit power. The limiting factor is them being in that timeline. Now you apply to what Vegapunk said. Vegapunk said that devil fruits are just the evolutionary branches that are possible for humanity. So he was saying that every human has the ability to evolve into these devil fruit powers, which means because of the freedom of Bonnie's power, it's not just Nika's power that she's capable of. She can freely access every devil fruit power, which that's the part that like back then I didn't vocalize it much. I saved it for the video as like this was something that people discounted in my original theories back 3 years ago, wherever the timeline was. They're like, wait, but Par, that means that anybody's capable of anything. And I said, no, not everyone's capable of anything. It, like for Polly, great example. Character who does not have a devil fruit power, but has a basically similar thing to Doflamingo. He can pull ropes out of his hoo-ha and just spawn them, and it's crazy with it. There's no devil fruit power. He's just passionate about ropes to the point that he knows ropes better than anybody else that he works with, and he's been able to manifest it. That is an example of Oda applying this logic back then. But the difference is not everybody loves being a shipwright. Not everyone loves working with rope. So that's the limiting factor, that Paulie loves that thing. So like the difference in what my original theory was saying was like, okay, every human's capable of accessing every devil fruit power, but just because they're capable doesn't mean it's going to happen. The difference between Bonnie's power and that is that Bonnie just needs to say, I want a future where I'm sticky. Okay, that's crazy. I want to I'm sorry. I want a future where I am sharp and she becomes Mr. One. Okay? that's the problem with Bonnie's power. It's the Nika part isn't the problem for me. It's that like there has to be a limitation to it. And so far we haven't seen one. And based off of her power, she can do any devil fruit. It's not just Nika. Nika sounds crazy, but like the Opi no Mi. The limitation there is that Bonnie's not a doctor. Now, you could argue that, hey, Bonnie lived with the world's smartest man and, like, worked with him. And, like, she, you know, like, that, maybe that spilled onto her, you know. I'm sure, like, Chopper wasn't really the best doctor until Kureha took him in. So it's like, that kind of leaks in there. So, like, she can't do the Opi no Mi. But she could do like the kilo fruit, like being really heavy. She can imagine a timeline where she can alter her weight. Yeah. And that sounds like a theory, but she already demonstrated this. Like the reality is Oda already showed this. This is why it was in the video. She did this with Queen Dowager. She's not related to Queen Dowager. And yet, she was able to do the Mane no Mi. She was able to clone Queen Dowager. That's not a timeline she should be able to access, right? It's not like Luffy can't just turn into Rayleigh. That's not what that means, right? Everybody can access the freest timeline that they can get, but that doesn't mean that they could just become somebody else, right? So Bonnie accessing Queen Dowager was an inkling that Bonnie was unironically accessing a world where she was cloning Queen Dowager, which is odd, which is interesting. Check the stream alerts. I put something. Okay. Oh, I have to do super chats. Oh my god. I'm so sorry. Stream alerts. Where? There they are. That's there. Bonnie's devil fruit embodies the will of D, means the ability to change people's fate, destiny, and your very own, making them have a checkered fate, like what the Gorsey said about Sabo: good timeline, bad timeline, into reality permanently. World government tries to keep everyone in bad timeline. Oda had to do this because Nico was actually a girl. Huh. Sun God Nico was a woman? If so, it's like he was holding an image of his daughter this entire time. Oh, shoot. The image on Kuma's Bible being Nika makes sense. And it was a lady in all white. So Nika, that's crazy. Wait, 3 days. Share the tweet in the chat. That's crazy. Huh. Nika was actually a girl is cool. Because the what's it called? The two, okay, so it's a mix between two theories. Or is it theories? First one is super basic, which is if you guys remember Fishman Island, there was those like quintuplet mermaids, and there was like Ika whatever, and I think they skipped Nika. They skipped Nika there, I think. They went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then they skipped, or it was a Goka, I forget. They skipped one of them. And it's like there's a lot of people who think that like the mermaids are involved with this, that like the whole kind of lineage stuff. But the other side of it would be that's interesting is it could be that Joy Boy was still a boy, but Nika being a girl is interesting because Oda said that mothers are the antithesis, the antonym to adventure. So the person who embodied being free the most, being what Oda considers to be anti-adventure or freedom, would be the person who first achieved the power. That would be ironic. That'd be kind of cool. I like that. If that is 3-Day, if that you should steamroll this into a last arc video. That's a good one. They skipped Goka. Yeah. If Nika's a girl, wouldn't the Elbaf Giants call it Sun Goddess Nika? That's true. Nika being a girl makes sense since it's based off of Nikke, the goddess of victory. True. But the other part that fits what 3-Day is saying there is the fact that the legendary Iron Giant couldn't find Luffy, but did find Bonnie. Now, you could say that it's because 2 Nikas are there now, or you could say that it's because Bonnie awakened, right? So, it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. I like Bonnie, and I was like, am I the only one who doesn't like her having unique abilities? I want to strictly be a Luffy thing. It's hard for me to say. It's not hard for me. Like, I'm probably not the best person to talk about like, should this power be strictly a Luffy thing, when like my first theory video was essentially saying that like none of the devil fruits are exclusive. And I'm also someone who heavily believed that Nika would be accessible by other people. Like Buggy, people's least favorite characters to achieve stuff. Maybe not least favorite characters in general, but to achieve like great things. Like, I was like, he's gonna have a Nika thing. He's going to embody freedom to Luffy's extent. That's why Shanks kind of believes in Buggy too. You know, and I said this before, but like, I gotta find. I'm pretty sure it's in this stream. Hold on, let me see. Pretty sure it's in. It is. Wait, where is it? Did I not post it? Oh, whoa. Maybe I didn't post it. Or maybe it's on my second channel? No way, right? Oh, it's this one. It's this one. The Great Cleansing. 1101. Yeah, this is the one. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Give me 1 second to use my magic abilities to find where it's at. Oh, no, not that one. Let me just do something real quick. Just don't want these recommended some crazy stuff there. I guess it's YouTube. It's not that worrisome. Let me see. Everybody. That should be the word. Everybody. Everybody demolish everybody right now. Reasonably, everybody ass, everybody's throw, everybody's number. Let me see. It has burned everybody. Oh, let me search up Bonnie. That's probably better. Oh, is it not in this stream? Oh, maybe it's not spelled Bonnie. Okay, I think I found it. I remember we were discussing Cole wasn't the biggest fan of this logic. She pulls out a Bonnie. Not feeling much. Oh, here it is. Okay, I think I found it. Okay, let me see. I think if I put it on my main computer, it'll freeze. But I do want to revisit what I was saying here. So let me try to figure out a way to do this. I think, okay, so this background sound there. I feel like if I do this on my main computer, I'm going to start lagging, but it should be fine because I could just turn off my camera. So let's try this. I found the video. There you go. Do 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 do. It's at 56 minutes. I think that's where I go off. Let's watch this. Oh wow, it's at 56 minutes. That's so crazy. About, I think 56 minutes. Let's see. I see. I want a future where I'm sticky. I was thinking of Katakuri. Okay, I was thinking of Katakuri. All right, let's just, because I was thinking about the awakenings. That's why I was thinking Katakuri. But then I realized who I was talking about, and I very quickly stopped myself. All right, I apologize.
The Buccaneers, they even know the jingle. They know the jingle, man. But they know that Nika has power of like rubber. It's like, or yeah, I'm like, bro, like they know way too much. So I'm going to bet that he wasn't.
The main thing is this last chapter, right, where Bonnie envisions Nika like future, and she looks. That's her muscle mode. That's the one that looks like Kuma. That's the like the same thing. Luffy, the audio's not lagging, right? As soon as he went into Gear 5, like he pulled Kaido out the muscle mode, the Moku Moku, whatever. How does
the fruit know?
He got a will.
I don't.
They're friends. Like an Akashic record.
It's about to turn into like Naruto. It's gonna start talking to him inside or something.
It's mostly Bonnie.
Yeah, because I think that like it's kind of like, isn't it a bit much to where it's like, hey, there's some sort of like Bonnie verse, and then she dives into the Bonnie verse, and then she pulls out a Bonnie that's eating the Nika ability, and then she is attacking through this Bonnie. It's like, doesn't it feel a bit much if that's the case?
I don't think that's the case. I don't think
it's just her imagination.
I think it's her imagination.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it could be that, but I think it could also be the concept of like if you combine three things. You combine Bonnie's fruit, Vegapunk's explanation for devil fruits, where devil fruits are just the evolutions of humanity, the various branches, which implies that they're all possible for humanity. It all just branches from the same branch of humans. And then you combine Chopper, because Chopper is able to, with the generic human fruit, acquire all these different forms of humans, to the point where, yeah, the muscle point, arm point is kind of just like Nika. There's also the giant form, all these things. And so we have three different plot points, or three different sections of the story where Oda essentially says the exact same thing. There's one where Chopper, you have the human fruit, and Chopper can turn into all forms of human. You have Vegapunk, who's saying devil fruits are just branches of humanity, and then you have Bonnie, who's accessing and acquiring that and even applying it to people and making them turn into the different timelines. And we also see it in a fourth form through the SBS, where Oda explains like the Straw Hats, good timeline, bad timeline. In a good timeline, Ace looks like Shanks. In a bad timeline, he looks like Roger just beat up. And it's just like an interesting thing where this one character can morph their age or in their old age, they can completely change direction based off their decision, because it's all possible for humanity. And that's kind of what I see for that.
I said the Usopp
what, like
thing,
Oda's trying to say with Bonnie's fruit. I think that like Nika is something that's possible because it's a mythical human. And when we talk about like what gods are in the One Piece verse, they're just people who got like a bunch of people to believe in them, like Usopp, right? And you get to a mythical state and people believe in you. The only thing that's like
but what is that belief though? But what is that belief though? It's like that belief is what you envision that to be ultimately. Because it ties into like a crocodile. What Crocodile said a long time ago, that your power is going to be based on how creative you are. So how you envision your powers to be will ultimately dictate how powerful you are. If you give Law the same power as Luffy, it's going to turn out differently. The same thing with Luffy and Law's powers. The same thing, let's say, if you give someone like Zoro Akai's ability. It's all going to play out differently in their heads as to how they should operate.
There's another part in this somewhere where I talk more about like, I'm pretty sure it's in this stream where I say something along the lines of like, all the Straw Hats will be able to go Nika. It was either here or a Parcast. So I'm gonna have to sift through these. I just remembered that I have a bunch of super chats that are stocked up, so I should probably get back to that. But you guys get the gist of it. Like this is the sauce. This is the sauce, you know? Like this is it. Like the first theories on the channel, they couldn't possibly have seen through like a version of events where Oda has a power like Bonnie's that would be able to be a vehicle to explain all of this. But in essence of what I discuss in that first video, where it's the Delve Fruits of Training Wheels for Pikaki, there's a specific line in reference to Kuzan, actually, like Kuzan's powers, that's like applies to what we're hearing now. I might even have said like in a timeline where a person is like this, they'll be able to become Kuzan. And you know, and then I talk about it again in like the awakening stuff and various iterations. So it's like, it's kind of interesting. I don't think I ever imagined, and that's kind of the like wild part of theories. You never really know with Oda how you get substantial evidence, and I don't think I like at a single. And in hindsight, it's kind of dumb that I never thought about it, because even before Egghead, Bonnie's power being so creative, I guess we just never would have expected Oda to use Bonnie in this way. But like, had I thought about Bonnie a little bit more in the context of those theories, it would have been a lot easier to cultivate like a final image, or like a way of explaining the theories, not just in a way that lines up with what we're seeing in the chapters right now, but more exactly like a more understandable way. But it's interesting because without the Bonnie stuff, without the Vegapunk stuff, you can hear the essence of what is being said by those two characters in their actions and in their dialogue. And it just goes to show, it's like you almost, especially with One Piece, like kind of don't know how Oda like moves. Bonnie doing this is kind of like, I never had it in the cards until like chapter 1100, right? That's where she did the Nika-ish future. It wasn't until then where it's like, oh shit, she could do that, right? The Queen Dowager moment kind of started, I remember in the chapter reactions, like, wait a second. I remember being hella not confused, but more so like intrigued by the power. But when Saturn gave his speech, it's like, bro, you add Saturn's speech and you add Vegapunk's speech, and you got a recipe for destruction. And for some people, it might destroy the story for them. But when I mean destruction, I mean like, bro, we got 2 Nikas on screen. That's about to slap some booty, you know what I mean? Anyways, Alejandro Solis, speaking about slapping some booty, has been a member for 7 months. Appreciate you. Shout outs to you. Says, didn't Saturn discard Ginny while she was pregnant? Right, but like I see why. Because I had said like Bonnie had already been born. The I guess like we don't know the exact age or timeline, but like she had been on the ocean for a year, so it's like I guess she had to have given birth to Bonnie. My extrapolated point being that like Saturn was trying to get her pregnant and like trying to give the essence of the fruit to Bonnie, right? That was the premise. Like, so he knew that Bonnie would have a power, but the reason why he discarded Ginny was just because of the sapphire. He did not check Bonnie, is the point, right? Like he just kind of preemptively threw her out because of sapphire scales, but that also meant that he was throwing out the potential, even if it was like a flawed potential, that like as a scientist he cut his experiment prematurely, right? So that was the extrapolated thing that I was getting at there. But I appreciate you nonetheless. Thank you for joining the Visionary Pirates. Yeah. Let's see. You shouldn't believe anything Saturn said 100%. He could have a huge reason to lie. I think I'd flip it more on the part where it's like, as far as this Nika power, he literally said this was possible. So like, you can take what he has said as true because it's come true, right? Like, should we take the part about what he did to Bonnie as a lie? I don't think so. I think that the parts that we can take as lies are the parts that he doesn't understand. And that might not mean that they're lies. It just might be that he's wrong. So like, for example, the sapphire scale part, he didn't realize how simple, not simple, stem cell, fixes, whatever. So like his tossing out Ginny because the sapphire scales made her, that's him being wrong, right? So anything that's premise on that could be tossed out because it's like, well, he was wrong there. Whereas he described Bonnie's power to a T, and it's being shown verbatim, basically. The only part that he didn't describe is, and it's curious because he didn't describe her ability. He didn't say that in his description of Bonnie's power, he never said that she would be able to change other people. He only said her. So like, does that mean that he doesn't know about that potential? Or does that mean that he doesn't want her to know that potential? Or does that mean that Bonnie accessed something beyond the scope of what he has? And so does that mean that that's something he lied about or something he doesn't understand? That's where I would draw the line. And the other part that I register more importantly about Saturn's speech is more so the premise of what he said and the decision that he made. And so like, because of the decisions, he's placing more emphasis on the mom. More so because like if the mom wasn't important, then toss her out and wait for the kid. Do the experiment on the kids. No, he tossed out the mom first. The experiment was on the mom. Why couldn't he just give the fruit power to the person directly? What was the part about the extract? Why did it have to be from the mom? Why couldn't you just like roid up the sperm? You know what I mean? Like, why did it have to be the egg? Those decisions are something to base off of. And so, but yeah, based off of what he said, it could be that his premise of why Bonnie has gotten the power, maybe that could be wrong. But given that he has been right, and I don't see why there'd be a reason for him to lie in the method, like the methodology, because it lines up with what we also knew from like Kuma's story also, right? That methodology doesn't seem to be incorrect. The only part that felt weird to me was that the fact that he just divulged all of that. Because like, imagine a world where he didn't divulge that. You know how much better it would have been for him? But like, that's just fiction, you know? That's just like the villain saying too much. And that's like, every story has that. I personally like it when the villain doesn't do the monologue thing or over explain. And it's like, sometimes it's in their character, like, because they've been like ignored their whole life. So they over explain and overshare and whatever. People don't believe in them. So that's character trait. Right. But then it's like, why did like Saturn didn't need to say all that? He could have just been like, damn, that sucks. You couldn't do Nika. But instead he's like, haha, it all goes back to when you were born. Your mother was abducted by, and it's like, no, what the hell you mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, he didn't need to say all that. It's just funny that when people do all that. But D Mahone, $2 super chat says, could Joy Boy be Luffy and Nika be Bonnie's power? I would say to get the answer there, because this, I don't think this changes my logic at all, but my Devil Seed user video, apply the logic from the Devil Seed user thing, and I think you'll solve your answer here. Right? Like, and in that essence, yes, but not Bonnie's power. Right? It's like you're right, but like not to the extent that I agree fully with you. And I don't want to explain it because it's super long. That's why there's the video. I was just thinking about something else, actually. It's not exactly related, but it's off. This is why I didn't want to explain it, because then I go off on a huge tangent. I gotta get these super chats. Oh, Sai might be waking up soon, so there's that. Growth Stonks, $5 super chat, said the green line was hinted at in the Enel cover story with the multiple green snakes. Oh, the couch thing? Yeah. Oh, okay. 604, Nami brings up the red line is multiple interlocking lands. Yes. Gotcha. The green snakes in the cover story, either they're like Nola and stuff like that, or like some people could see like the Ouroboros or whatever, which green line, yeah. I looked at those and I like, to this day, I'm like, those just look like the Gorosei's couches. Like
the Gorosei's couches.
Hey, speak of the devil.
Did I hear the word couch?
No better
what
person
spawned me in
that I would share a. No, I'm joking. I don't know what I was gonna say there.
Also, I'm not even like pulled up on YouTube yet. Give me like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I was not ready for this.
Damn, did you have an alarm?
Yeah, my alarm was for like 20 minutes ago, and then I just got out. I crawled out of my chamber, and here I am.
Yeah. Nah, I was just like,
Ooh.
Dang, you're punctual. You said it.
Yeah, you know it,
the,
dude.
The time, and you're here. Chin
how'd
says,
you like the chapter, man?
Oh, this chapter is
it's sexy, isn't it?
It's the first, it's the ParVision, bro. Like, I mean, we've talked about the thing. The one, like, I had like some negative things, like, for one, So this is ironic, right? I was reading the chapter and I thought I was like reading it and I was like, bro, this chapter's going on forever. Like it felt super long for some reason.
Why can't Oda just stop drawing?
And I wasn't paying attention to the time. And then I got to I was like, dude, this chapter, and then like the chat was like, it's 13 pages. I was like, wait, what the fuck? And then like at the end of it, I went on a huge monologue and I forgot to end my call, so I don't the timer, so I don't even know realistically when I ended it. But like I went on like a 20-minute thing on the Bonnie thing because like that's huge. And then I realized like, yo, this chapter was just like stuff. And Oda just wanted to draw the Bonnie stuff. Like he could have done the other things in other chapters. He could have done it before. He could have done it after. He just wanted to draw the Bonnie thing, and he put other sort of important things there, and that's it. Like this chapter, realistically, could have just been one page, right? Like Oda could have just like released a chapter, and it's like time to be free, and it's just 3 pages. The first page, like the last 3 pages, could have been its own chapter, and that would have been caught the essence of what Oda wanted to show. I feel like
I really don't disagree with you. Like I feel like for me, if Oda really wanted to add some substance to it without changing the ending of this chapter, he could have gave us more reaction piece, to be honest. Like I feel like who we got this week was so underwhelming. Like we got what, like Mr. 9, Miss Monday, Toto. Like we're getting a bunch of Alabasta losers, so it's kind of sad to see.
Yo, but, I don't remember the names of losers.
Yeah, you don't even know who those guys are. I bet you saw them. You start scratching your head a little bit, huh? And then we got Tontadas.
I just saw Koza, but like he's not a loser.
Koza look like Sabo, dude.
Yeah. But he's not a loser,
brother,
right?
Like Sabo. No, I hate Koza.
No, but Koza.
I hate revolutionaries. You can't, dude. I don't like revs.
Was he a revolutionary though? Like realistically, he was like, or just he.
He was the leader of the revolutionaries.
Yeah, but like he was fighting everyone, dude. Like he, like the king. If it was Cobra, he just wanted it. You know what I mean? And the only person who pulled him down realistically was Vivi. And it's like, I get it for the Vivi
because
sauce.
They were like friends when they were kids.
Yeah, it's like whatever. But realistically, Koza could have been the villain. You know what I mean? Like he could have been Crocodile.
Well, Koza's just stupid. He was just like, I'm gonna fight this war I know nothing about. I mean, essentially, right?
No, I mean, but like he knew as much as he could.
So lost.
He knew as much as he could, and he was kind of successful. Realistically, like
he was powerless. That's why I hate revs.
Right.
Revs in One Piece are just so powerless.
Says the guy.
They're easily manipulated. They're not fun, dude.
Says like, the
revs,
guy.
Any media. There's no good revolutionaries. We need a good one.
You were gassing up the revs the entire podcast last week. You were like, but I was actually looking forward to them. The Humpty Dumpty guy, Ushi, like the Ushi. I forgot the guy's name.
Okay, the Goobers. Yeah, I mean because the captains disappointed me. I like how the revs aren't even here. We're bringing them back up. Like Dragon's just living in on Spirit.
Well, it's because he looks like Sabo. Come on.
Yeah, he does look like Sabo. Yeah, I really did do a double take.
Yeah. He has the same goggles. This goes back to Preach. Preach had one of my like favorite random theories. It was an entire theory about the symbol of the revs being goggles. And then when he pointed it out, it's like, yo, wait, Oda draws these goggles on all the revs. Yeah, all the revs have goggles for some reason. It's so random. And then he was saying like Koza. Why does Koza have goggles when he has glasses? And I was like, wait, that's kind of crazy.
Wait, he has two?
Yeah.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah. So like, I don't know, like in this chapter, it kind of looks like shading, but it sticks off his face. But when you look at like the pictures of him, he has like yellow sunglasses and then he has goggles.
I'm not gonna lie, brother. I don't even want to look at Koza anymore.
Yeah, and
goggles
then
and glasses? What's going on?
Because of this goggle theory, Preach said before Sabo got named Flame Emperor, Preach said that Sabo is going to be the symbol of the revolutionaries and his face is going to be everywhere and everyone's going to use his goggles like the Straw Hat. And obviously to that extent, maybe not to that level, but then we got the huge Sabo poster and everyone's like, God Sabo, Emperor Sabo, and everyone's like, wait, that's crazy. But then Preach was on that sauce since like years ago and I'm like, wait, that's crazy because it spawned off of goggles.
He can have the goggle theory. That's
I
cool
love it.
though.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, that's why I love it.
I noticed Sabo, but like not like Koza too. I didn't draw that.
Yeah. That's why I love it. It's like, bro, I look at crazy things and I didn't even notice that. And he's like,
Man,
and then
looks so dumb.
then when you see it, once you recognize that theory, and you start looking at these goggles, they're the revs, like the most randomest people just have it. I think Bello Betty also has the goggles too. She has glasses and goggles.
She does. Yeah.
So it's like, why?
I think Karsu has it too.
Yeah. Oh, Mabin, Eid Mubarak, everyone. Sorry, I forgot about that. That's true. Also, happy Father's Day to any of the fathers.
Yeah.
Fathers.
Happy Dad Day, dude.
Happy Dad Day.
I will say when I saw Mr. 9 and Miss Monday, it reminded me of you in a good way, not like memeing, but I was like, damn. Like,
wait, where's Mr. 9 and Miss Monday? Miss Wednesday?
You didn't see them?
No. Wait, what?
What the hell? Wait, are
that's
you kidding?
Whiskey Peak.
Yeah, bottom right of the second panel, dude. Third panel.
I think I said in my reaction, I was like, where the hell? Because I saw this is Alabasta, obviously. I was like, this first place is some random place we don't know. And I was like, where the hell is this? Who are these foods?
That's Whiskey Peak. That's Miss Monday and Mr. 9 and their kid.
Damn,
their
dude.
son.
Damn, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I
Mr. 9
saw
is awesome.
Leo and Nami, and it was just like, whoa, like, damn, this is crazy. Like, Rebecca's accessing
I love
the
Rebecca's
timeline.
face in that panel.
Yeah,
It's
she's
so good.
accessing the Nami timeline, the timeline where she becomes Nami.
Yeah, she's just like, what the hell, dude? Come
Yeah.
on. Every minute. I hate those little guys, man.
They're gonna be super important, trust.
I mean, oh well, yeah, they're gonna be super important, but like, it doesn't change the fact that I want to be that serial killer from the Smurfs. The guy just goes around and like, butchering the Smurfs, like work, damn it, work. I want to be that guy.
What are you referencing?
I've always thought about that. The Smurfs, the like the human in the Smurfs.
I never
movie,
watched
right?
the Smurfs.
Oh,
I just know
let
of
me look
them.
it up. Smurf.
I mean, it's like
villain.
blue small
What's his
people. I
name?
feel like I'm sure the Smurfs have a great story, whatever, but like it's one of those things where it's like culturally all you need to know is that they're blue small people, right? To be functional.
Can you guess what his name is?
Oh,
The
Gargamel.
chat's saying it. Yeah,
No,
the
no,
chat's
no,
saying
I
it.
said
Okay.
it first.
No, what do you mean? No,
You're lagging.
You got the people over here just saying it to you.
No, they're
His
saying it
name's
to
fucking
you.
Gargamel. What kind of name is that? Yeah, you have Papa Smurf. You got like Blondie Smurf, Little Smurf, and then you have Gargamel, the human monster. That's like a primordial demon. What? People just accepted that?
Hey, come on! We can't be name shaming here. He couldn't choose his name. Blame the parents.
I might change my Twitter name to Gargamel. I'm not even gonna lie. That's so good. I hate Tontadas, dude.
No, the new YouTube account's called Gargamel. Didn't Gargamel
Yeah.
created them? Oh, Sai, your stories.
Did he?
Apparently, he created them according to Ace, and we believe in Ace.
Wait, Gargamel created the Smurfs? Who created the Smurfs? What kind of backstory do they have? No, it's some guy named Peo, but he's
Peo?
he's like the author though. Yeah,
Oh.
he's the author.
Well, of course, the authors created Smurfs. In the story though, Gargamel probably created them.
I don't think Gargamel. He's a human. How did he
I
create
don't know.
Smurfs?
I didn't watch the show. I'm just going off of chat because you're accusing me of reading chat, which I am, to be fair. So valid. I'm just saying.
Gargamel only created Smurfette.
Oh,
He was a gooner, dude.
Wait,
He's
Smurfette's
responsible for the one female Smurf. What happened there, man? That's
Wait, is Smurfette like? Is that where Dudette came from? Is that like the same timeline? Dudette and Smurfette?
No. Dudette predates Smurfette. Smurfette is a play on Dudette. Yeah, that's one twisted.
So she's just a girl Smurf, and she's like.
Yeah, she's the only female Smurf in the entire
Only?
village. Yeah, she's the only one. That's like the lore. Which I mean, it fits with the Tontadas because there's only one female Tontada.
No, there's not. There's other girl ones.
Oh, you're right. There are other girls. Wow, do you like how I did that though? I so confidently said that shit.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I was so, dude. Oh man, that's scary. That's really scary.
Yeah. like
my
Terrence
ability to
Howard.
be so wrong is insane.
Yeah, it's like Terrence Howard in math.
I need to start looking stuff up before I say stuff.
Wait, do you know what I'm talking about? The Terrence Howard thing?
Terrence Howard, he's the guy that said 1 × 1 = 2, right?
Yeah. The Joe Rogan thing.
Yeah,
He's
that
like,
idiot.
square root of 2, cube it. Divided by 2, boom. And it's like, wait, whoa. The magic, brother.
He was on the Joe Rogan podcast, and Joe Rogan was like, whoa, you got me, dude. This guy's spitting some facts.
Yeah, listen, guys, I don't normally do like recommend you content outside of One Piece here, but fun fact, me and Side used to talk a lot about other things on the 50/50, and for sure we would be talking about this because I saw clips of this Terrence Howard thing and I could not.
He's not even joking.
I couldn't not laugh. Like my wife was
called it Terrenceology or something.
I don't know. I had to stop watching it because I was laughing so loud that my wife was like, "You're gonna wake up the baby," and I'm like, "All right, I can't."
You're gonna wake up the neighborhood.
and so like I watched because he went after he slandered Neil deGrasse Tyson, saying like I sent him my a treatise on something, and Neil read it like 8 years ago and gave it a peer review, and Neil posted that, and he basically at the end of the video said that it's kind of, he implied, he didn't say it, he's so kind, he said that I was thinking about posting this on my website so everyone can see it, but I think it's better that I don't. And so it's like, damn, it's that embarrassing.
He's saving the world.
yeah It's
have you
Dunning-Kruger effect, it's dangerous.
I was about to say, like, Terrence Howard, he also has he had a concept for an African city. He essentially wants to make a real life Wakanda.
African?
I mean, I don't know. I just feel like that's the easiest place to make it. But he drew out like this entire map and like concept art for what the city would look like over there. And it is, dude, he's one of those guys who thinks, when he thinks of the future, he thinks of like weird shapes and all chrome.
Yeah,
like it was so bad. I got a good chuckle out of that one.
Yeah, because
I think he said like 2050. Like it wasn't even that far away.
Because like it might be.
No, it's Akon City. Is it Akon City?
No, it's not.
No, it's Akon City. Actually, I think I'm wrong. Wait,
like,
is it
Akon the singer?
Oh no, yeah, it's Akon. Akon City. Look up Akon City. Wait, no, I got it. It's not Terrence Howard. It's Akon City. Look it up.
Wait, but Terrence Howard was endorsing this?
No, I just got it mixed. I got my bad scientist mixed up. Look up Akon City. He has concept art. It's on the Sun.
I don't see the Okay, I'll go to images. I'm scared to go with the images.
Akon City.
I heard about something like this. You know, Hey, guess what? This is one letter? Guys, do you guys see why this is? You guys all Akon City get that? That's funny. But this is one letter away from being relevant to One Piece. Flip Akon backwards, replace the O with an I, you get Nika. Is this a futuristic city on the sun? Is this?
Funny enough, you mentioned that. So I always wondered where Akon went because I actually liked his music back in the day. Apparently, he did go to Africa and started giving money to like poorer places to bring them like lights and electricity. So in a way, he's the sun god.
He was doing good things, and then he was doing very bad things. So and he admitted to them on.
Maybe I got lied to though.
Like
No. Akon Lighting Africa started in 2014.
Yeah. No. He was doing good things. He stopped doing the music stuff, but he did a bunch of bad things, and he could have defended it. It was an era where people got away with worse, but he doubled down, and it's like, oh, he doesn't understand why that's bad, and it's like, if I were to say it's like. Yeah, it's like the P. Diddy stuff. It's like it's like R. Kelly, but like R. Kelly like had like evidence, and look how much defense. Like R. Kelly was able to drag that shit on forever. Akon straight up was just like, nah, that was me, my bad. Like,
yeah, my bad, guys.
I'd do it again, and it's like, whoa, Akon, wait, whoa. Yeah. But
oh, also it turns out oh yeah, Futuristic City. One last thing I want to say. According to Gabble, they Gargamel wanted to juice the Smurfs and drink them up, which I do vaguely remember that. So you've unlocked like a childhood memory for me. What? No, like I don't know why. I forgot why, but he wanted to juice those guys.
I unlocked it, or did Akon unlock it? Please create the distinction there, please.
Gabble did. Gabble.
Thank you. Yeah. I didn't unlock shit, bro.
I wanted to say it.
So
the chapter though. What's happening here?
Chapter.
What happened?
Bonnie, obviously center point.
Yeah.
It's funny because before it, the way the chapter went for me, to quick play by play, I saw Mars going after the ship, and I was just like, wait, why is he going after him? He has a giant laser beam. He doesn't need to even get close. He could just go, if I was Mars, I would just bomb it all over. And then I scroll down, and then he's doing it, and I'm like, all right, see, I thought it'd be more impactful. I didn't think the Giants could just lift up wooden...
Dude, 3 Giants! No names!
They just blocked the Gorse. And then for me, the other part that was not problematic, but like the Sanji's line, he goes, another elder, they're really coming after us. And I was saying that, like, I don't think that Sanji would be disrespectful if that was King in the air. He'd be like, "Oh my God, it's a Lunarian! Get out of the way!" If imagine if it was Kaido or Big Mom's like, "Holy shit, a Yonko's coming after us!" He goes,
"Another Yonko, guys, come on."
Yeah. And so like that's why I read that part. And I'm like, yeah, see, Mars just seems to laser them down. He does it, and it's disappointing because all it takes,
dude. What are these shields made out of? I mean, I know somebody said Adamwood buckler, Adamwood shield, but there's no way, dude. What the hell is this?
They're like, I don't even know.
This attack for Mars destroyed buildings.
Yeah, Vegapunk's futuristic lab made out of metal.
Futuristic labs, dude. And then you're telling me 3, like you can erase the fact that they're giants because I don't think that matters, right? Them being giants doesn't really matter here. What matters is that it can't bypass the shields. How? What are these shields made out of, dude? I really don't know.
This is like...
That's so crazy.
And all they have to say for it is, so hot! Not even like they're getting pushed back or anything.
Yeah, they just said, oh man, this burns a little bit. You know? Like, that's so disrespectful to Mars.
Yeah. And then the other part that I was laughing at, it was just like, put out the flames, we can't let the sails catch fire. And I was saying, they're like, don't let Mars know about those sails. Just tell him everything, like, oh no, Mars, don't continue to aim directly at our shields. Dot the sails over there, those would really hurt us. It's just like,
I love how nobody's even, I mean, they are bothered by Mars, but nobody's attacking him, right? Like, Sanji's kind of just like, whoa, another elder.
Fire.
Like, Frankie's just kind of sitting there. Like, we're getting, like, these close-up shots of Frankie. He's not doing anything, dude. Like, Oimo, Kashi, Dory, like, they're just like, Mars. Like, it just feels like Mars isn't that big of a threat. I mean, granted, when you think about the 3 elders versus Luffy back on Egghead, like, Luffy and the gang were kind of memeing on him.
Yeah.
So, now that we have more giants, now that we have more people, and now that we have Bonnie, it's like, I really don't feel threatened by the elders right now. Like, it's sad to say, because I love these guys, but damn, dude, like, it's so sad.
I forgot where in the chapter, I think it was at the very start, I realized, I was like, you know what it was? The sizing thing, dude. The sizing thing is abysmally bad, and I don't care. That's
what do
not
you mean
like
by sizing.
In the first page, the legendary Iron Giant is now the size that I had thought it was, and he's like making these ships look like pebbles on him. He's falling, and I was like either the Iron Giant grew again, Or these are the smallest ships because there were varied sizes, and these are the smallest marine ships. Because I didn't realize that the Gorosei looked just as big as the Legendary Iron Giant, which means that each Gorosei is like the size of like a part of the Buster Call. And when I said that, I was like, wait a second. When you kind of think about it, like the Gorosei are just Buster Calls. And it might be that the Buster Calls were meant to replace them. Because they're like threats to normal people, but to like the people who can actually fight, they're not really that big of a deal. And that's something I said at the very beginning. I was like, oh, it might be that in ancient, like in the Void Century in that time, they were the Buster Calls. The Denden Mushi called them and they would show up in their summoning circle, but then they were like, oh, we can't just keep coming out. So then they got the Buster Calls, and just like the Buster Calls, they're big and obsolete. You know, they're just not that useful. And it's just like they're just big and not that scary. And when you said that about the ship, the current circumstance of Mars showing up at the ship, the way the Sanji and the main characters are treating it, it's like a Buster Call. It's like, oh no, we're on fire, guys. Like, we don't really have to do anything though. It's kind of not that meaningful.
I see what you're getting at.
Yeah.
And I agree to an extent, but I just don't want them associated with Buster Calls, because Buster Calls are just so laughed at nowadays. But here's the thing, though. I maybe there is a realm where, like, 900 years ago, the Gorosei were called like the Buster Boys or something. Like the Buster Squad is coming in.
Yeah, something.
And it's
like
just these old dudes. Yeah.
I mean, there's 5 Gorosei. There's 5 Vice Admirals. I was saying that, that's what it is. Each Gorosei is the strength of 5 Vice Admirals plus a bunch of warships.
Okay, that's so sad. Yeah, that's why I don't want to compare them.
Yeah, but like it's like it's like vague.
That's
it's
so
like
sad.
Frankie, Legendary Iron Giant, right? Like Frankie compared to the Legendary Iron Giant is abysmally bad. It's like the modern reproduction. And then someone also said something that I didn't realize last chapter. When the Gorosei said, oh yeah, this is the Iron Giant from 200 years ago, that implies that they never knew the Iron Giant from 900 years ago. Like, isn't that kind of weird?
Wait, say that again?
Last chapter, they were like, this is the Iron Giant from 200 years ago, which implies that that's the only time they recognize it from. They don't recognize it from the Void Century. Because if it was like from the Void Century and from the Ancient Kingdom, they'd be like, the Ancient Kingdom's robot.
Well, okay. The thing with the Gorosei, though, like, we don't know for sure if they were from the Void Century still. So
Right.
I feel like that could be confirmation that they just weren't. They're not actually that old.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah.
So like, I guess like maybe this is because then is this their first rodeo, right? Like he's just like gotta give him something. I was about to say, like, the Gorosei probably fought before. Like like it's like Saturn said, like, how long has it been since I've been down here? I feel like there were other instances where they fought, but as far as like 900 years ago, they might have not partaken. Maybe their grandpas did. Maybe their dads did or something. Like if the Giants are not treating them as a threat. Like it's not even just the straw like Sanji, it's the Giants too. The Giants are like, oh no, fire, and they're treating it as if like the Straw Hats in the East Blue with like us giant fish in the water, like, oh, our ship is gonna sink, oh no, but like Luffy can like one tap it, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean, it's kind of such a joke where Dory and Brogy started busting a move halfway in, right?
They were like, we both can't be dancing.
Yeah, like, yo, we can't both be dancing. This is this is festival music, man. Come on.
Yeah. And then the other part was they were saying if they can fly, they could chase us to the end of the world. And I was like, I'd love to see that. Please make.
I would
this
love
happen.
that too.
I
would love I would love if the Gorosei could swim. Dude, if the Gorosei starts swimming toward this, that would be great. Like, give them something, man. Give them something.
Yeah,
right now, I feel like Mars. I don't know. Okay, so imagine this, right? The ship sets sail.
Yeah.
They're like 5 kilometers off the coast of Egghead.
Yeah.
No other marine ships are there. The other Gorosei aren't there. It's just Mars. Like, would he really still chase them? I don't think he would.
Right.
I feel like at that point he'd just give up.
And so that's what now, like, segueing into the most important part of the chapter. It was at this point, it was actually, I was probably before this point, but like at some point around this page, I was like, it's so funny how not of a threat the Gorosei is, because like realistically, Luffy could just, like, they need all the Gorosei to do something to Luffy. Luffy can solo defend Mars. Like, I don't see a reason why Mars is a threat, period, because, like, unless Luffy can't do anything, and apparently he was just hungry, and then he eats, so I'm like, Luffy just gets out there and beats them. Like, I don't see why this situation is scary. And then that's what made the next development really odd to me, because it wasn't that it didn't make sense. It was that, like, they don't need 2 Nikas. Like, that was my part. I was like,
it's overkill.
Way overkill.
Okay. This kind of reminds me of Wano, though, right? Like at the very end when Green Bull shows up, and then Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji and Jinbei, they're like sitting on the cliff, and they're like, "Yep, he's got this." Like Luffy literally looks at Bonnie. He's like, "Hey, Bonnie, don't you want to kick their ass? Let's do this." You know what I mean? Like, it feels like Luffy's just having fun right now, or like he doesn't really see the danger either.
Yeah.
Like I don't think we need the second Nika, but I feel like Luffy just, he wants to have fun. It doesn't matter. Like, might as well bring it out.
Yeah.
And like you said, like I don't feel threatened. The only threat really is probably Warkity. And the thing with Warkity is that Luffy's attacked him twice and nothing's worked.
Yeah.
Give Luffy a third chance. I feel like he might find a workround.
Give him
even when it comes to Warkity, I'm not that afraid.
Yeah, and now give him a body double, and it's like, I'm not that worried anymore. Like,
and then bring in the giants that blocked Warkity and knocked him back with shields. It's like, okay, like, yeah, Warkity's kind of just there. And then plus he's a land animal. They're on sea now. Like they parted a good distance.
Yeah. So like,
I don't know.
This takes us to the obviously I could smell it in the chat a little bit, but also, like, we talked about this and there was pushback when when Bonnie, for example, I recalled I was saying, like, basically in our call with Brago and Cole and Zonin, if you remember that stream, there was like, we were supposed to talk about Shanks or something, right? Like, there was a topic that Zonin had, and we completely derailed, and it became like midway through, like about 56 minutes in, a debate between me and Cole where we all had to pull Cole down off a thing, and then I went a little too far, and then that's when I kind of like lost you and Brago a little bit, but like not to the extent that Cole was at, where I was saying that like every human is capable of what Bonnie showed here. The difference is Bonnie can just jump in and out of different timelines, the powers and stuff like that. And so obviously when I said that, then this was around chapter 1100 when Bonnie first showed the Nika powers, that was already like too much for people. But now that she has shown this, and the other part that like I was kind of getting at was like, I didn't realize Oda was going to do this soon. I thought that he might have done it later, and it's not that it's too early for Bonnie to see it. It's more that like I thought that like, oh, we'd get like more chapters in between. But where are you at with the Nika Bonnie? Bonky?
It's always kind of funny, like just giving you some insight into my head, and even like the videos I've been making about Bonnie. I make really vulgar jokes, and I sometimes forget that Bonnie's a kid, so I gotta like watch myself a little bit. But
I did this.
I really loved that Bonnie was able to turn into Sun God Nika. It makes sense. Like you said, this is something that we talked about, right? Like in the Parcast, just in passing. Like, yeah, Bonnie, Nika, perfect. Like it just makes sense. Like, there's no reason why she shouldn't be able to do this realistically. As far as how I feel, it's like you said, except I see it in a different scope. You said every person can access Sun God Nika. I agree. But I just don't think it's going to be that easy. I think that's why we have the Tamate Bako box. I think that's why we have Sulong. And I feel like by the end of this series, in the final war, we will have a bunch of white... It's kind of sounds crazy. We're going to have a bunch of, like, white... Oh, my God, my cat.
No... The cat god.
Oh god. Okay. We're gonna have a lot of white-haired, red-eyed monsters on our side.
Yeah.
And they're not. I'm not just talking about the minks. I'm not talking about just Sun God Nika, Luffy, and Bonnie. I feel like we're gonna have a lot more people like this.
Yep.
How did they get here? Not exactly sure. I mean, I know you said it's like the freedom of spirit. But I feel like there will be a way for Bonnie to awaken this devil fruit, give it to other people. Will it be as strong as Luffy's? Probably not. Like I know people don't like the comparison, but it really is like Naruto and how they do like the whole Nine Tails cloak.
Yeah.
LSI. I mean, here's the thing. Like, it's very divisive, but I really just don't see the problem with this. Like, I have yet to see any arguments against Bonnie that I've agreed with. Like I've seen people saying it undermines Sun God Nika. I don't agree. I mean, it's just the devil fruit at the end of the day. Bonnie's just a copy. She's not actually the sun god. When people think of Joy Boy, they're not going to look at her and be like, oh my God, it's Joy Boy. They're still going to look at Luffy. Luffy still has the voice of all things. He has multiple legs up when it comes to hockey. Luffy has mastery over this as well. Like, you got to imagine, Bonnie just plugged in the Player 2 controller. She's never played Mortal Kombat before. Luffy's been playing since 2001. Like, that's just kind of how it is. Like, I really don't think this takes away from Luffy at all. I mean, yeah, like, it took Luffy 25 years to awaken. Bonnie got it in a single day. And it's like, brother, Bonnie's Devil Fruit, or, her power it's able to let her copy different timelines or different Devil Fruits even. Why would Luffy's be any different? Like, that's kind of how I view it. Like, if I had a Devil Fruit that let me copy somebody, I would hope it let me copy another Devil Fruit. Like, it's that simple.
Yeah, and like the nuance of the copy part is probably where that's like the only part I would disagree, but the essence of what we're talking about is the same thing. And yeah, like Narukami's bringing up some of the things that I was saying, we've talked about this Bonnie thing, like you said, probably on 4 different recorded occasions around chapter 1100. The chapter reaction when she showed it, the stream with Brago Cole that's on my channel, I think it's on everyone's channel, and we've talked about probably like 2 or 3 podcasts. I have a video that's like that I could just put this on top of, like, this is literally like a cherry on top. And the craziest part is that like Saturn said that this is possible. And he
literally told us.
The only like negative thing that I pull from that specific part is that like he did the villain thing where he's like, he didn't need to say anything. Like, if he didn't say anything, it would have been that much harder for Bonnie to do it, to like access it. But it's not like it would be inaccessible because it's possible. She went off of Kuma's words that Nika was a free guy that stretches, and she already got Gear 3 punch, so it's like it's there. But like, as far as more advanced parts of the conversation, I think like you and I agree on most of the basic stuff, since we've talked about it. I'm getting the inkling that the stuff that I talked about prior, you probably would agree. The reaction, probably the same thing. It's more there's like, I think like the part where we'd be more critical isn't the part of like what happened here, it's how it's going to happen in the future. And more so specifically, I think like one big thing, and I'm curious on what you think, is and this is like a negative thing that I wouldn't say, like, again, I clarified earlier, but I feel like I have to say this, is like, I'm not critiquing Oda, but it's very obvious that this is one of the things that people constantly dislike, and I can see why, is when Oda under explains very important like structures in the world, like hockey and stuff like that, like to the point where it's like 1,000 chapters in and we still don't know the ceiling of hockey, the basis of hockey, who can get hockey, who can not get hockey, what hockey like comes from. And it's like it like, we get it, Oda's gonna explain it, but then when we start getting other things and we're not explaining all those things, it kind of sucks. And it's not that it's not gonna feel good at the end, it's just like, man, like what is happening with Luffy in Gear 5, because we don't know about his recoil, we don't know about his like is there any pullback, is there any damage that he undertakes, is there, what's the limitation, is it just he eats food and he's back, does he just beat his chest and he's back again? And the reason why that feels extra bad right now is because we don't know what that applies with Bonnie. And so like my question to you is, do you feel like Gear 5 has like a significant recoil that you can like put a pin on, or is it like that free? And do you think that like Bonnie is going to differ in that regard?
I think Bonnie's stamina is going to be like Luffy's, but way worse.
Gotcha.
I mean, everything we've seen so far from Bonnie, she has not been able to last in Distorted Future for that long. Whether it's the Buccaneer form, whether it's the Nika-ish future, it's always one and done.
Mm-hmm.
So even though now she's like in complete full, Sun God Nika mode, she's not going to last the entirety of next chapter, in my opinion. I think she'll last half a chapter, and that's it. Whereas Luffy would last the entire chapter, if not more. Like, I don't think Bonnie's stamina is going to be anywhere close to Luffy's. And Luffy's is bad right now, right? Like, Luffy, I think he's been in and out of Gear 5 like 5 times in this arc.
And it's like...
a couple things...
It's not consistent either with, like, Luffy.
Oh, yeah, it's not consistent. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, we can't, like, set a timer and, like, see, how long it is.
Yeah.
But, yeah, like, as far as... I see people, like, I see some of the pushback, like, oh, this is awful. Like, why is Luffy the main character? I mean, he's the main character because he's still Joy Boy. He still has the voice of all things because he's a D-clan. Like, there's a lot of reasons why Luffy's still the main character. Like, this does not take away from him, in my opinion, in any regard. This is like it's normal. I feel like there's nothing crazy about this at all.
So, and then to put I'll add on to that in a second, but to add on to the previous thing, to put expectations, right? Like, not that, like, normally reading like this is kind of like unbearable, but like in this scope I think it's okay to do, and I think that I am in this boat. So do you think that if Bonnie has like the same, like Bonnie lasts as long as Luffy and the limitations are the same and it's like not even apparent, do you think that that's going to be a problem for you?
Say that one more time.
Like, if we see that Bonnie keeps up, because one thing that she says, like, I won't be able to keep up with you, right? So like, if we see that like Bonnie keeps up with Luffy in the entirety of whatever we see, and it's like a draining fight, like even to Luffy, and Bonnie's there with them, and do you think that would kind of, not like it's not going to change this chapter, but like your feeling about the situation, does that change it? Or do you think that there's an explanation that would make sense? Or
not exactly. I mean, I feel like Luffy is still going to be number one when compared to Bonnie. Like, there's no way like Bonnie's gonna be stronger, because the reason she's strong right now is because she's envisioning a future where she's freer, like Luffy, essentially. So I feel like the minute Luffy goes down, she goes down too. So I don't think it would be that bad, to be honest. I really don't.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I'm pretty easygoing though. Like I feel like I don't take things that harshly, and I mean, you know me though, like I like villains, as far as main characters go, like as long as they're not generic, like I'm pretty okay. So like as far as anything revolving around Luffy being the main character or not, like it doesn't bother me. Like it's pretty obvious he still has the one up on everybody else.
Yeah.
Just because Bonnie has a fraction of his power it's not bad. But yeah.
Yeah. And like, so, and what you were saying before, like the whole, what's it called? The, like, one thing about like the Nika thing and Luffy still being Joy Boy, the separation, and I think what people need to go back to is what Luffy said when he got into Gear 5. The first time he said, now I can fight the way I want. Like he said that he has the freedom to do everything he's wanted to do, which that would be the difference if in Bonnie. If Bonnie seemingly has a similar, like, she can do the punch and kicks and that's how she fights, but she also uses a gun and she uses like other things, and so like it might be like, yeah, Luffy slams someone into a pancake and tosses them. It might be that Bonnie does different things, and so that's the interesting part of it, because what I just said I think would be a good thing, that Bonnie has a signature way that she fights freely, the way she wants. Her form and the way she is able to access it is similar because it's the mythical human form, Nika, emphasis on mythical human part. But where this gets a little dicey, and I started thinking about this again, another advanced plot line of this that could be problematic, is when Luffy gets in Gear 5, he can rubberize the environment. But that's in an essence because he's comfortable in doing so, right? Like he like Rubber is his bread and butter. He still thinks he's Rubber, right? Like he has no idea what Nika is. He has no idea what Joy Boy is. Well, he knows what Joy Boy is, but he doesn't know that he's Joy Boy or what the powers are. No one told him that. He doesn't care. Even in this chapter, that's the case. But Bonnie is a different case because her bread and butter was changing other people's age, turning them into a different timeline and things like that. And like, it's not like she couldn't do this before, but is there like, is her ability like just like passively changing the environment around her into different timelines? And and like, to give a context of that, if we were to talk about like awakenings, like if you were to apply what Vegapunk said about Delph Fruits, like Delph Fruits are the ability, or they are different branches of evolutions of humans, and like dreams in a sense. And so if we apply that to like Katakuri's awakening, he's able to change the environment to mochi. And Doflamingo's able to change a building into strings. So like, is Bonnie able to do that same thing? Like, is she able to just like completely morph like the environment to whatever she wants? Do you think that's something that she'd be able to do? Or like, what do you think?
That'd be pretty sick.
Like, that's where I'm like, I don't know the limitations of what she can do, because like,
I feel like she would need like her own awakening for that. I don't think she can piggyback off of Luffy's for that one though.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like as far as like rubberized environment, you know, I'll give her that. You know, if she can copy that, that's kind of crazy, kind of busted. But I could see it. I could see a future where that happens. But as far as like aging the environment up or down in this Nika form, I feel like she has to achieve her own awakening for that one though.
Right. Okay. So that's kind of where, like, because earlier on I was like, that it's like broken when you think about it. But like, where I'm thinking is, and I'm not saying it's impossible, but I think I would like it if Bonnie can't rubberize the environment. Because she doesn't have that, like Luffy can, but she can't. She still can do her, like, change people's ages and stuff like that. But, like, because that's how she knows how to fight, right? But as far as the rubber goes, herself being Nika and doing that might not apply to the environment. And that would be kind of sick to have that nuance there. And I guess
like
we'll
a
have
key
to
distinction.
See. Yeah. And so I don't know if I showed you this, but you've seen this picture circulating. And I actually tweeted at Pew to not use more of this resource, but this is actually something that I already put into the video, so there's not much more to do. But my watch party, you just have to look at my camera on stream. Oh yeah, because I'm not sharing my camera because it's laggy. But and I showed my watch party this a long time ago, and I think in my Blackbeard video I put an exact like paragraph about Zoro, and when you hear it and then put this picture in mind, it makes a lot of sense. But this is a huge reason why I think that like Oda's going the direction of like, yeah, everybody's going to be accessing Nika-ish future, a version where they're
can you show it? I'm so sorry. Did you already show it?
Yeah. No, I'm showing it right now. I'm gonna show it right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. My bad. I saw like the tip of it. I was like, oh fuck, I think I missed it.
No, hold on. Oh, it's green screen, so.
Oh man, yeah, it's like looking at a ghost, man.
Yeah, hold on. I think I have to hide my face. There we go. I think you can see it now.
Oh, I know what you're showing. Okay, yeah, you don't have to show the whole thing.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Yeah, and this is the alternate timeline where Zoro ate the Gomu Gomu, and this is something Oda drew right after the concept art of Gear 5. So the way this book is organized, for people who are just tuning in, I explained this, but the way these color books work, all of these, every page in this is 100% Oda. There's not anything written by somebody else. It's his notes, his concept arts, his drawings. That's different than Beaver cards, different than magazines. The Beaver cards are like audited by Oda, right? But we've seen them be overturned. And like magazines aren't written by Oda, and they just say it's Oda's, like Oda participates because they use his concept work and his art, his official stuff. But like the writing isn't particularly Oda. We don't know which parts are. Whereas these books are, and they're organized in order of how Oda released them. And so we got the concept art of Luffy in Road to Laugh Tale. And right after that is when Oda put these drawings into the magazines, and so in this book he organized it. And so right after he showed us the concept of Gear 5, he then next page put an alternate timeline where Zoro is rubbery. And it's like, from then it's like, yo, then we're going to, if Zoro, of all the characters to be working like Luffy, that tells me that it's a spectrum of characters that are going to access worlds similar to Luffy. But if going back to like my Blackbeard video, that's the reason why I said in that video, I said that of any character, actually I think Zoro is the best character to access the powers that Luffy has. And the reason why is because I would say that Zoro understands Luffy's powers more than even Bonnie, because Bonnie understands the essence and the legend and all that stuff and what it's supposed to achieve, the hope and all that stuff. But Zoro actually experienced the pain of being Luffy, because Kuma gave him the memories and pain that Luffy experienced through an entire like multiple arc where Luffy like almost died multiple times, which was the pathway to Nika. So if there's any character that could ever follow that path, it'd be Zoro, because Zoro is the only character that actually one-to-one experienced everything that Luffy has. Whereas every other character just looks at Luffy is like, yo, how the hell is he doing that? With Zoro, ever since Thriller Bark, has been like, bro, he is, I don't want touch that shit. If I see Kuma and Luffy in the same arc, I'm leaving. Like that's where Zoro's at. That's why Zoro's been on Labo phase this whole time, where Kuma and Luffy are down there. He's terrified because Kuma, if this is like a more comedic scene, Kuma would look at Zoro and look at Luffy's pain and be like, haha, I found him. And then take the pain out of Luffy.
I'm fueled by your suffering.
Yeah, the only person who can survive Luffy's suffering, it's him. Get him. Pin him down. Give it to Zoro. So
yeah, if everybody were to tap into Gear 5th, I think it wouldn't all just be the same either. I think they'd all have their own gags, their own powers. And yeah, I'm all here for it, man. Like I think I could totally see that for the end of the series.
Yeah.
And I feel like to equate that, I think Emu Squadron, like the Gorosei, the Holy Knights, whoever, I feel like they'll all get their own abilities like that too. It'll be like one big comic book.
I think they already do. They already have, like, they have it, and their version of what like the Black Cloak thing is the indication that they're like opposites. And so somebody asked earlier, and we're gonna get to super chats right after this, because we'll, talk, I'm sure other topics will come in, where like like, for example, guys, this is why, like, a long time ago, this says a year ago, this is way over a year ago, this is almost like 2 years ago, because this has to be a, like, I don't even remember, I thought this was after Wano. But the reason why I drew Buggy and see in the background is Gear 5, like, in thing, because, like, as far as characters go, I feel like Buggy is going to be one of those characters 100%. If Bonnie's accessing it, Buggy's going to. Buggy, Luffy, they're there. Like, that's it. Oda's gonna do that. But as far as someone asked, like, is this the only time Bonnie's gonna access Gear 5? And my answer is no. Bonnie's gonna be able to perpetually access it. But the difference is, and I think that this is important for all the people who are grappling with the reality that there's probably going to be multiple Nikas in this One Piece story by the end of the like, when we get to the last fight, there's gonna be multiple Nikas. And like Sai was saying it too, there's gonna be a bunch of white-haired warriors, and Vegapunk saying white warriors, it probably referred to multiple people. But the essence of how Luffy achieves it is going to be different, in the sense of, I think that the difference between if Zoro or Buggy or Bonnie or whoever you think can get this power that Luffy has, the difference will be that that their ability to access it might not be as unshakable as Luffy's. And the reason why is because in order to get that future, according to what Saturn says and Vegapunk says, you have to have hope in it. You have to believe in the future. And the only character that has like that unbreakable belief is Luffy. Luffy is that character that carries that belief for everybody else, and everybody else when they stop believing is when Luffy comes in and is like, nah, believe in me, blah blah blah. And the only people that can emulate that is the Straw Hats. Like on Onigashima, when it was announced that Luffy died, everybody started giving up. And the like Marco, for example, Marco was one of the only characters outside the Straw Hats to not falter exactly, because he looked at Luffy's crew, and Luffy's crew did not shake a moment. And so he's like, all right, if they're not shaking, I'm not shaking. And that essentially how it turned out, that the more people believed in him, the more powerful Luffy essentially is going to be. And I don't think that that's applicable to everybody else. And so the way you'd diminish Bonnie's access to getting Nika would be eliminating her ability to believe in the future. And we have seen how other stories and One Piece has shown characters losing faith in the future despite having the main character on their side. It's when they're faced with like insane fear. And that's what I think that Emu is going to emulate. Emu's bread and butter, the Gorsei's bread and butter in controlling the world, is making everybody fearful of adventuring, of pirates, of power, of devil fruits. Everything is fear. They put fear in everyone. Don't look into history because we'll kill you. And if you look into history, you're going to destroy the world. That's your fate. The D clan eats people, so be afraid of them. The fishmen, they're diseased. Fear them. Like everybody is their bread and butter is to be fear merchants, which again is another video, this video right here. And so it might turn out, yeah, they're going to be a bunch of white warriors at the end, whether it's Zoro, whether it's Buggy, whether it's Bonnie, whoever it is. But the difference is Luffy will be the one person standing by the end of it in the face of like the most insane, discouraging fear, like the most ridiculous, like how do we even fight that? Kind of like in film Red, where we see that giant amalgamation demon god music scary alligator faced ghost thing. I can't even describe that, but like most people would look at that and be like, I don't even know where to begin to fight this. Luffy's going to be the guy who's like, that's just a pineapple guy. Like, he's just gonna make fun of it. When he sees Emu, and Emu's this terrifying monster that creates fear and disbelief in everybody else, Luffy's gonna be like, what's that thing is just a goofy coconut. What are we scared about? And then Emu's like, a coconut! And then just gets angry, and then Luffy just starts laughing at it. And Luffy's gonna be the person who literally laughs beyond everybody else. That's the bread and butter of Nika. And that's what, when Sai is saying like Luffy's had 25 years, but it's not even just that. Luffy is a character that Bonnie has it easier because she can access any timeline. The difference with every other human is that they don't have that ability, but Luffy accessed that. He only had one shot in one life and he accessed that timeline. That's the difference, right? Everybody else is going to be, you know, like, this is where I would agree in the copying part. It's very different to be Jesus, and it's very different to believe in Jesus when it's standing right in front of you. It's not crazy to think that Bonnie believes in Nika because Nika's standing in front of her. That's the same thing as like a Christian who saw Jesus walk on water and like do all the wine stuff, and then like, you know, the difference between Bonnie before seeing Luffy and after seeing Luffy is the difference between like seeing Jesus and then reading the Bible. Obviously, I would believe in the Bible too if Jesus came down and did all that shit. So it's like, that's kind of where it's at. Long monologue.
Yeah.
But
oh,
yeah.
No, I completely agree.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I've just been reading the chat too and just seeing what people usually think. And it's seems pretty 50-50, you know, just people loving this or hating it. And I really do just fall on the side of like liking this plot development, and I don't think this ruins the uniqueness of the characters whatsoever either.
Yeah, I think like
we mentioned it earlier. Like even if Zoro becomes Nika, right, or you know Nami or whoever becomes Nika, they're all gonna fight in different ways. It's not gonna ruin the uniqueness of Nika.
Yeah,
or the characters even.
Yeah, like
they're all still gonna be different.
Zoro's is wonky to think about, but like Nami's, right? Like Nami, she controls the weather. Luffy can do that.
Yeah.
But does he do that? Does he understand how to do that? Is that the way he wants to fight? No. But Nami is gonna come out like Nami might be the strongest one because she understands science in the ocean. So if she ever accesses this and she's already creating storm clouds out of nothing, out of sticks, my god, dude, she's gonna, like, we were worried when Luffy tossed lightning. She's just gonna conjure it. She's gonna actually be like a wizard. It's gonna be wild if she does it. Robin too. Oh my god, let's get Robin on that. Like, I mean, technically Robin already has that. When she has the hands coming out, they're already goofy and like swirly and stuff. Now you just make them whiter. Now, people already had a problem with her skin color changing after Alabasta, but it's like, bro, she's gonna turn Nika and she's gonna be full white. She's gonna change ethnicities completely. So not gonna be. And the other part is, like, for me, this is something, again, like, their essence of this plot line happening for my first video. Like, when I was saying, like, devil fruit powers are accessible to anybody. No, you don't need to eat a devil fruit power to have, you don't need to eat a devil fruit to emulate or create the power itself. You just have to be in that timeline, the best timeline or whatever, where you're passionate about this thing. And then you can, if you're a passionate shipwright and you work with ropes every day of your life, you could be Polly and just conjure ropes that can carry giants, right? Like, that's essentially what that you know, builds up to now that we have Bonnie. It's like that you take that same logic and you get this.
It's all with the power of imagination.
Yup.
It still shocks me how short this chapter is, to be honest.
Yeah, it's weird because I didn't think that the chapter was short. Like, I went and I guess it's because, like, when I said it felt long, I guess maybe it's like dragging could be the word, but like it didn't feel like dragging either. I was just like, wait, like there's so many jumping things, and then I understood at the end it's like, oh, Oda just put like all the things that could be in elsewhere and he just put it here so that he wouldn't have to derail other chapters for this. But like, one clarification question before we get to the super chats. I just want to chat and sigh. The message is done now, right? Because this is actually, that's something we said on the podcast, like that the message would continue in this chapter and like give us something else later on. But like, we still don't know if the message.
I think it's going to continue now.
Really?
Yeah, I think next. I mean, it's gonna cut out some more. I feel like we're gonna get like snippets of what Vegapunk is trying to say. We're not gonna get like the full picture, but I think we're gonna get more next chapter.
What if Vegapunk starts like at the end of it, right? Like if we get more cut off, it's like, and the name is, and then he just goes, Zehaha, and he just starts laughing like Blackbeard. What happens then?
Oh my god,
that'd be crazy.
Well, I mean, I feel like there's a chance he would say Blackbeard.
Yeah.
And then people might flock to him thinking like he's a savior or something, or, you know, something of the sort.
Yeah.
And then we get the full message. It's like, whoa, like maybe we should have done that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we will get more of the message. I think we might even get the name that Vegapunk is trying to say.
Yeah, like the name said, but without the context, which is like a possibility we had thought about. But this is different than, because I thought it would just be done. But like, obviously, you know, two Nikas.
It's still going, man.
Two Nikas, one
going
giant.
On strong.
Yeah. How about this? Do you think, again, before the super chats, just one last thing, is it significant? I find it funny that the Iron Giant conversation that we had actually was like super relevant here, because the exact words that I was saying was like what the Iron Giant ended up saying. It's like, oh damn, you were here, I wished our paths would cross. I was like, hey, your path didn't cross, you piece of shit. But then at the end of it, he said something interesting. He goes, it's here now. And it was right after Bonnie awakened.
There you are.
So like, yeah, there you are. So it's like, is that significant? Is it just that because there's two Nikas that he senses it? Or is it because Bonnie did it?
No.
Okay.
I think it's just Luffy with the drums of liberation. Because so earlier he said, where did you go? You were right here. So it's like he knew like where Luffy was. The heartbeat stopped because Luffy left Gear 5th. And then Luffy goes Gear 5th again. The heartbeat comes back, which granted, Bonnie also... It looks like Bonnie also has the heartbeat because the don-to-don-don, it's like playing right underneath Bonnie too. Yeah. There's like two of them. But yeah, I think he just hears it again and he's like, oh, there you are. It's like your car keys. You have your car keys, you lose them. You're like, oh, where'd you go, car keys? You were here a minute ago. And then you find the car keys. You're like, oh, there you are. That's kind of how I imagine it. I don't think Bonnie plays a significant role when it comes to who the giant robot's looking for. Or maybe it does, and it just like amplifies the sound. But I feel like if the robot comes up and he's like, "Hey, Joy Boy," he's gonna be looking at Luffy and not Bonnie. Because well, I don't know. He might not look at either one of them. You know, like I would like to imagine that when the giant comes up here, he's like, "Yeah, this isn't my captain. Like, you guys have the same power, but you know, you're not Joy Boy." I hope he's able to distinguish that.
So I'm gonna, ironically, the thing that I'm gonna say is something that 3 Days said, and they tweeted it, and so they sent it to me, and I'm gonna tell you. But 3 Day wanted me to read the thing. I apparently missed it. It said that statement that okay, I understand. That statement could parallel Jesus and Peter, who walked on water besides him for a minute until he lost faith and began to sink. Bonnie may not last a minute. So like that's kind of cool then, because it's like Jesus had someone who believed for enough but not like was emulating but not perfectly, and the belief was not as stable. That's very interesting, and that would fit exactly of what we're talking about here. So but the thing on the line of like the reason why the Bonnie thing was interesting with the Iron Giant was because 3 Day was tweeting that it could be that the original Nika was a girl like Bonnie, and the reason like that sounds kind of why like Nika or Joy Boy. It could be. I think Nika makes more sense. The reason why is because the Bible that Kuma had a woman on the front and she was all white, and it could be that person was Nika, and so when Bonnie accesses it, it's like the true Nika, whereas like Luffy might be Joy Boy and Bonnie might be Nika just because of the discrepancy. And so like I was like, that could be,
that'd be cool, that'd
be interesting, and the Bible thing would be wild. But yeah, so that was pretty sick. Now jumping off of that, this is a discrepancy people had, and then we'll get into super chats. Was is Kuma dead?
So in my opinion, I've seen people debate this one, but the way I saw that last page, I feel like Kuma's having that flashback. Is he dead? Yes. Is he maybe 1% there? Yes. You know, like we don't know what Vegapunk was saying, right? Like Vegapunk was like, "Oh, like, you know, Kuma, I deactivated you. Wait, this means the Buccaneer," and then he got cut off.
Yeah.
I feel like that's gonna come back right here.
So you're saying he's dying?
No.
Close to death.
I think he's in a limbo. I think he's dead. I do want to make that distinction. I don't think he's coming back to life, and that's why I want to like say that.
Oh,
but
so
I think like if he's going to say goodbye or like anything, it's going to happen.
So you think
maybe
the miracle
but there's no
of
saving him. I don't think they're saving him.
His Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, Nika, himself and herself won't revive him? You don't think that they're miracle workers like that?
No.
Damn. What if? Okay. What if Kuma dies laughing?
Okay.
Is that a good timeline of the story?
What, Kuma dying while laughing?
Yeah, because he sees Nika twice.
I mean, I wouldn't say that changes anything for me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I feel like if he dies, he's got to laugh. So I don't think he's dead. I don't think he's dead.
Maybe not like a laugh, but like maybe even just a smile, I guess. But
do you feel like he's dead because he won't be able to play a role in the future?
No.
Okay, because I saw some people saying that, like, it'd be better, like, that Kuma dies here. Like, because,
I would love if Kuma, don't get me wrong, I would love if Kuma survived, because I want him to fulfill that promise with Dragon. Because that promise with Dragon is still unfulfilled. The whole, hey, I'm going to fight with you one last time. Like, we don't have that. So maybe the Pacifista do that for him. But hey, if Kuma comes, I mean, the thing is with Kuma, like, if Vegapunk was still alive, I'd have a different opinion. But the Stella body's gone. So if there was a chance to save Kuma, I don't think it's there anymore. Unless Vegapunk, comes back. Things will change come next chapter, but where I stand right now, I do believe Kuma's gone.
Damn.
I think he's way past saving.
Damn. I think Kuma's alive. But I don't know. You could be right. I could be wrong. Could go either
like
way.
I said, I mean, it changes with the chapter, right? Like we get more information.
Yeah.
Stance will change. But like a while ago, I thought that Kuma could be brought back. I didn't want him to come back, but now that you know, the plot's progressing this way, I don't think he's coming back.
Gotcha. Interesting. Now, back to super chats. Killy D. Enru, $5 super chat says, if we assume that Nika and Joy Boy are separate people, then it wouldn't it technically be Joy Boy and Nika appearing at the same time important? Like you're running with the like Luffy and Bonnie are in fact embodying different people. I think it's important though that Bonnie didn't even say Nika, right? Did she said give me a future where I'm totally free. She didn't even say Nika. So like and that's different than like I actually think that's better than her saying Nika-ish future, because the true essence of Nika is not being Nika, right? Because if it were being Nika, Luffy would not be able to do what he does. But that's shown in the dialogue where Bonnie goes Nika, and Luffy's like, I don't know who that is, but you could do it if you're like, you know, like Luffy said, like she remembers like, oh, this is how I look when I'm totally free, and so she remembers that. Luffy doesn't go, this is how I look when I'm Nika. He goes, this is how I look when I'm totally free. So now Bonnie knows that it's not that she wants a future where she's Nika. Technically, it's a future where she's free. It just so happens that the mythical human, or the first to be totally free, was Nika. That's kind of like the loop around.
At least that's how she sees it in her imagination.
Yeah. And I would imagine going forward, I don't think that people are going to be like, I want to be Nika. They're going to imagine, like Zoro, if Zoro were to do the things I said, he's not going to be like, time to go 3-sword style Nika. No, he's going to be like, he's going to be like on his deathbed, and he's going to be like, I want to fight exactly how I want. And then his hair is going to start glowing, and he's going to, like, his heart's going to start beating, and we're going to start hearing the drums of liberation from him because he realizes what it means to be free. He's going to realize that the true essence of being free and being the best swordsman is not 3-sword style. It's not 4-sword style. It's becoming a sword.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like how it always ropes around to becoming a sword.
I mean, that's what timeline is Mr. One's Devil Fruit. Mr. One's Devil Fruit is literally Zoro's, like, fever dream. You know what I mean? Like, becoming the blade.
Do you think Zoro would want to become a sword?
I think Zoro would want to be able to cut like anything. He wants to be able to cut. That's it. I think that's what it is. And it just so happens as swords, whatever he imagined, because technically Mr. One's isn't a sword, it's the dice fruit. So to be able to cut anything, right? Or like be able to chop, cut, whatever. It might be, I don't know. It, like, in that essence, like Law's fruit kind of sounds pretty good for it. But the point being is that, like, Zoro said to King, he said, even if even I will win if I have to, even if I have to tear out your throat with my teeth. It had nothing to do with swords there. Like, Zoro wants to fight the way he wants to be, like the free. Apparently he wants to start biting King, bro. And I don't blame him, honestly. I think there's a lot of people in the chat and in this community that would do many things to King. And Zoro is one of them. Zoro is 100%. He's literally said he would put his mouth on King's neck. That if that's the way Zoro wants to fight, hey, I'm not gonna stop him, right? But like all the sword gobblers, ZKK fans, they're really embodying Zoro to a T right there, because like Zoro might just do the same thing. So Alejandro, this is not the chapter to be saying that, because a doll does not show up in the capacity where you, hey, stop that. You stop that, mister.
Doll looks like a doll in this chapter.
Yeah. She also loses the tattoos, which is interesting. I'm like, wait, aren't the tattoos supposed to stay? You can't go back in time on tattoos and scars. That doesn't make sense.
It's kind of like Vegapunk, you know. He had a crazy. Oh no, he still had his apple head.
Yeah, still had his apple head.
Well, but his tongue. No, his tongue got shorter though. It reverts the body back to its prime form.
His tongue was
form.
He didn't have the extended tongue when he was younger.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why, like, doll not having tattoos kind of makes sense.
But a tongue and a tattoo is not the same thing.
Yeah.
A scar, I guess Jinbei's scars and his tongue are kind of the same thing. But, like, tattoos are a little bit different. It's interesting. But yeah. Growth Stonks of the $5 soup just says, Bonnie could be based on Sora, Warrior of the Sea, around 200 years ago with the robot. Sanji's mom was named Sora, hinting at Sora being a girl. I
don't believe that yet.
Agreed. And
I'm not there yet. Yeah.
Do you have a reason why?
Not really.
Okay, my reason is I know I just said that I like that Bonnie didn't say Nika and then turned into Nika, but at the same time, I think that like her definition of freedom is based off of something, right? Like she has to, like, in order to have a belief, she has to have a belief like system. And in order for her to access and embody that belief, it'd have to be something that she like knows. And I don't know if she would access like Sora if she has no knowledge of it, which is part of the reason why the Gorosei and the world government are so apprehensive of showing Luffy's picture, of putting his name out there, of saying Nika, right? Like all of the Joy Boy, all those things, right? And whereas I guess like the way you can combat me is that the fact that the world government has been putting Sora's name out there, but because that's the case, there's a whole different story when it comes to Sora. The moment Bonnie starts fighting with the legendary Iron Giant and like can walk on water, boom, there you go. Then I would think so, because Growth Stonks, you know me, I'm the Sora expert. I have maybe 6 videos on Sora at this point. That's more than most of your favorite creators. How many of them talk about a random comic book character in a comic book? This guy. And so the moment we start seeing the Legends of Sora, not to be confused with the Legends of Korra, the moments we start seeing Legend of Sora being embodied by Bonnie or somebody is when I would. But you know, that's actually interesting that I think about it. Like Sora is probably a white-haired warrior. That could make a lot of sense. That'd be interesting. I'll be thinking about that though. Usopp right now fits more of the bill, but like I can't explain why just yet. But we could talk about that later. I did say Usopp is gonna be Jesus in the story, but that's also for something else. Chin Ho.
You already had that Dressrosa scene, so
exactly. Chin Ho with the 9 months visionary said, Saturn Godmaker, like CP0 agent in Wano Godmaker 2.0. No, Saturn is a goofball. I hate Saturn.
Saturn's funny, but now that Bonnie's got to this point, I feel like every time Bonnie like gets a W, it kind of goes back to Saturn in a way, you know? It's like, yeah, good job, Saturn. You did it.
Like all the other Gorosei in this moment, right? They're like, I feel a disturbance in the force. They'd say that, right? They should all look at Bonnie and be like, what did you do?
I mean, there's a reason why Saturn's not here, right? Like he went upstairs, dude. He didn't want to see Bonnie.
Yeah, like and all the Gorosei should look at Bonnie and be like, are you serious right now, bro? Like they should look at Bonnie and look at Saturn and be like, you're joking. You did this and you tossed her ass. We could have had Nika, and you ruined it because you're stupid. They should say that.
But you gotta remember, this was like, 13, 14 years ago. Like, there's a chance that Saturn perfected all of this, though. Like,
where?
like imagine he's like,
where?
What?
Where is the perfection? Show me.
Hey, Okay, so you know, you're asking to see a guy's baseball card collection when he's not at home. Like, you know, like that's what it is. We gotta wait till we hit Marie Draw. I think Saturn's lab is cooking. I mean, if this is what Saturn's lab can do, oh my god.
You know,
he considered Ginny a failure because of the Sapphire Scales. Like imagine the successes.
That was probably the best defense, and nobody has ever said this as defense to Saturn. And what you just said is amazing. Okay, like you said, baseball cards with the collection. Okay. Batman with prep time? A Batman in his bat cave. Oh my god. He doesn't need prep time if he's in his bat cave. All right. No, I see the no, that was clean. That was
see the vision.
Yeah, you right. Saturn outside on some random island, Garbo. But the thing is, you saying this now, and the moment we get to Meridraw and we see you know you're gonna be disappointed. You know.
No, I'm not. I mean, on every scientist thus far in the series, I have thoroughly enjoyed. Queen, you know, Judge, Caesar, Vegapunk. Saturn is apparently the top of the world when it comes to science. I'm excited. I feel like there are more reasons to be excited for Saturn than not. You know, minus his goofy display here on Egghead. I genuinely want to buy Saturn stocks.
Yo,
he might not be the best fighter. He might be a little bit silly, goofy guy, but everybody has their quirks, right? Everybody has their quirks. You know, put Caesar here. You know, put any other scientist in Saturn's position. You know, like they're not the best fighters.
No, hold on.
But when it comes to their inventions, it's awesome.
Caesar took out Katakuri with weed. Okay, that's crazy. Second of all,
he didn't take him out. First off, I mean, you know, he simply just, you know, dazed him for a second.
Okay, he had Katakuri abandon his principles and beat up his own brother.
When he was confused, he had no idea what the hell was going on.
And that's Caesar's cracked, but also, and I'm a big Caesar hater, but also Caesar on the Thousand Sunny was able to hijack Chopper's own like laboratory and create a better version of everything Chopper has created up this far. Like basically, what
science. I'm talking about fights.
Yeah, but I'm saying that about Gorse. I'm talking about the whole kit and caboodle. I'm saying that the scientists...
And I think Saturn's going to be one-upping him. I feel it in my bones.
Close to swallowing the copium that you delivered right on the doorstep. The baseball... You didn't even say the Batman one. Oh my god, the hypnosis is crazy. And then when I said it out loud, I was like, oh yeah, it's going to be great when we get to Saturn's lab. And then I saw the look on your face and I realized I'm an idiot because you're going to be so disappointed when we get to Saturn's lab and like none of the stuff he has works. We're just going to see a bunch of wives in test tubes and he's like, they're all failures. They're all, you know what we're going to see? We're going to see a bunch of
get Saturn's
rocks.
Lab. Yeah, yeah. We're going to see like rocks. We're going to see some stones. He's going to have like a little melting pot. He's like, guys, I just found iron. You know, like He's still at the building blocks of like Dr. Stone, like episode 1 or something.
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, no, I'm scared. I mean, I think I set myself up when I said that, but you know, I got to go all in now, right? Like as a man, you can't go back. So I believe in that.
That's gonna be one of my favorite. Like that's something I'm looking forward to now. Like when we get to Marriage Raw, it's gonna be like Emu.
Art, you don't understand though, right? Room, so now that I'm doubling down, I can't go back, but. You know that the minute Saturn starts showing off his technology, if it's good, you know that you can't invite me to the Milky Way that week. You're gonna have to omit my ass, dude.
No, I welcome it. This is a moment where I welcome, because I wanted the copium. I bought it already. I already said it. I endorsed it. It's like I can't. Like I have buyer's remorse, but I'm a buyer. You know what I mean? I can't go back now. It's on the thing. You know, there's no takesies backsies with this. Like I want to see Saturn be Batman in Batcave, but I know that he's gonna be like Chopper in Hero Luke's cave, where he poisoned his master. He's gonna be that.
No.
Yeah. Hey, Dr. Hero Luke, here's the solution. Dr. Hero's like, yeah, this is gonna save my life.
Saturn is way better. He's prestigious, bro. Come on.
Yo, because you gotta wonder, like, who is Saturn experimenting for? and the reality is it's probably like Emu, and like whatever Saturn created is going to kill Emu. Like I see it that way. Like Saturn's a detriment. That's why they hired Vegapunk to the point
Okay,
that
wait.
he was able to backstab them this much.
You know, when it comes to Saturn and his ability to create this like power, do you think that he goes home and recreates it again?
No, I think that's actually a really important point. The way it's talked about in his speech about it is he's taking the extract from something, and so like he says it's like from a devil fruit, but what he described is crazy. And so because he's so confident about it, I think that there's like a source, kind of like Vegapunk and the Legendary Iron Giant. There's something there that exists and he can't recreate it, and it's from back then, and he's trying to recreate it. He's trying to mass like produce it, and he's failing, and it's like kind of like Caesar in some degree, except Caesar's more successful in that scope. More successful in some, right, in the scope of like Caesar's failure is largely because he's like, he sees the end process through to the end. Like he gives it to Kaido lets all these things happen, right? Whereas if Saturn was like Caesar, or Caesar was like Saturn, Caesar would see the 90% failure and never allow them to exist, right? Saturn's like, every single one of my creations have turned into Sapphire Scale, and we keep it moving, brother. I have not succeeded.
I respect it. I respect the grind, really.
Like we were like, I cooked Caesar for having a 90% failure rate and not improving over the like 4 years that he's had. Not a single improvement made, or actually no, like 8 years or something like that. And yeah, it's like 8 years since the explosion on Punk Hazards, technically, I think. Yeah. And so not a single improvement. Saturn's worse. Saturn hasn't succeeded and has tossed his experiments prematurely, and now he's created the exact opposite of what, like, not opposite, the exact opposition that he didn't want to see twice, by the way. Like, had they not ordered CP0, he was like, oh, it's a good thing we ordered that guy and sacrificed our best agent, because it would have been so bad if Nico awakened. Brother, you woke it. You awoke.
How would you feel though if Saturn looks at Bonnie and he says all according to plan?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that'd be a W on my end.
You know what that would be? That would be Batman training Robin to the point that Robin becomes Joker, and he goes, yes, all according to plan. Like that.
No. But he says that, and then we get a cliffhanger, and then come the next chapter, Saturn's like, you know, the mastermind. Like he played this entire scenario out. It's like Twilight. Have you watched Twilight?
No,
it's like Breaking Dawn Part 2. You know, he future sights everything. Like he knew what Vegapunk would do. He knew about the message, and it's like, you know, even a little bit of Doctor Strange. He's like, yo, like I saw all this happening. This is the best timeline.
Yeah, the like
it's like Aizen. Yeah,
he's
like Aizen from Bleach, exactly.
Timeline. The reality would be like that would be the worst timeline. No, like he's like no. You know what? I'll give it to you, right? Saturn comes up with the most diabolical monologue. He's like, it all went according to plan. Bonnie turning to I tossed out. You guys thought I was stupid. And he finishes it, right? And then Emu goes, you stupid, and just like kills him. It's like, what diabolical? That was the dumbest plan ever.
Emu would put his hand on Saturn's shoulder and say, good job.
like
that's how that would go down.
It's like, oh, I knew I should have trusted the new era to you, Saturn.
Emu touches Saturn, and then Saturn's entire body becomes all black, like a silhouette. You know, he's passing down the cape. He's like Saturn, now you can become a silhouette too, and never show your face.
Like the only.
And then Saturn's like, thank you, master. You know, finally, I'm like you.
When we first got like Egghead and Saturn showing up, I was a part of it, but like in a different scope, and I think there's various scopes of like, what if Saturn's a traitor? What if there's a traitor in the Gorosei? I could accept the whole Aizen stuff if he was like betraying them, but like literally the Gorsei's reaction to this moment is the like it's like I need them to go look at Saturn and be like well, no, they can call him telepathy, and so he can have this stupid ass Saturn face just like Kinyamon's just like what are you talking about? I didn't have anything to do with that. And then like they're all on the Discord call like, bro, are you serious right now? Like you're in.
I kind of wouldn't mind that though. Like that would give them personality, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. But like in that scope, Saturn's still the idiot. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing, right? And it like I don't know where I necessarily land or don't land with like Saturn, but like again, I have buyer's remorse. I bought into the Batcave. I can't return it. There's no return policy. This isn't Amazon. We just gotta keep it moving. And you know, there's no
roll with the punches.
Yeah, there's no 90-day return policy here. We said it, it's recorded, we're gonna go with it. Just like the whole Bonnie thing. We knew this moment coming, it came. I think the only thing left that like I'm low-key like questioning, and then we have more super chats, is not necessarily where do we go from here, but where does Bonnie go from here? Does Bonnie like, do you think Bonnie like persists now, or
what do you mean like joins the crew?
Not like joins the crew is weird, but like yeah, join the crew would be the essence of it, but like follows the journey. Is it like the new law?
I think so. I think she's gonna join the crew.
Yeah, I feel like because earlier before when I said like the Nika stuff, I didn't give it a timeline, but if you were to press my buttons and say like, hey you said like Nika stuff, like Bonnie's gonna access it, other characters gonna access it, and you asked for a timeline, I would always say like end of the story. And last fight, boom, 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 all these characters turn white. Bonnie's, you know, different. Would I have bet that end of Egghead? Yes. No. Even in this chapter, I didn't foresee it the page before. I thought Luffy was enough. But because Oda put it in, Nika, right here, the Giants see it, the legendary Iron Giant's gonna recognize it, Bonnie's already accessed it. Now I'm like, it's kind of set, like Bonnie kind of, like what, it's not like leaving Yamato behind, it's not like Carrot being a queen, like Bonnie doesn't have that. Like Sorbet Kingdom, is she gonna go back to Sorbet Kingdom and be Nika? That doesn't make sense. Is she gonna become like the face of the Revs and just be Nika bouncing on islands? No, that doesn't make sense either. Luffy doesn't know about Nika and neither does Bonnie, so I feel like they kind of go together and they're gonna learn about it together, and like the Buccaneer stuff is gonna come into play because like I imagine that Luffy's gonna learn about the Buccaneer stuff and Bonnie's gonna learn about it, and the value for Bonnie is like, that's my dad, so it's like need to know about it. Whereas for Luffy it's like I don't know, he just needs to know it. He's gonna sleep during it, but he's gonna need to know it. He's gonna need to be present. But yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know where like Bonnie going back to Sorbet Kingdom is best, but why? Like what would she do? If anything, Bonnie going to Whole Cake Island is the best. She'll eat all the islands and be fed. The strongest
Bonnie's like
Nika.
a wanted criminal.
Yeah.
Like the Gorsei were like, Venus was after her because, you know, she could control the pacifista. Like there's no way she just goes back home, right? Like, oh, Bonnie goes back to Sorbet Kingdom and she endangers Gyogyo and all the old people at church. Like there's no, like she can't go back.
Yeah. She's locked in.
Oh yeah.
Sure. Zam DL $5 super chat says Drake ran into Big Mom Pirates pre-time skip Rayleigh versus Mihawk. Also, Kizaru checked for poison for Saturn. Can Gorsei be killed with poison? I'm not gonna say, Zam, what I think. I think you said that because I mentioned what I was. Oh no, this is later. Very interesting. Can Gorsei? I'm just gonna see. Can Gorsei be killed with poison? Sai, what do you think? Since you're the most toxic person I know, you'd know.
Gorsei killed with poison. Depends on the poison. I think it depends on the poison.
Would they die to the same thing that Roger died from?
Yes. I think. Like the way I see it, like they can regenerate, but like can they regenerate from an illness? I don't think so. Or like something that actively attacks your body. Like that's why I was thinking about like poison, like Magellan, right? Or like fire, right? It's like why people shit. I had like a great example for a second. It's like a Hydra. Yeah, let's just watch Mushoku Tensei. It's like the Hydra. You know, you cut off one head, it keeps on going back. The only way to stop it is to burn it with fire. Maybe it's the same thing.
Yeah. Do you
yeah, you can't regenerate from cancer, can you? Yeah.
The idea of Roger got the illness from the Gorosei?
No. I don't subscribe to that idea.
That's like the slowest rolling poison of all time. like this.
Yeah.
Like, don't worry, Emu. That's like the Batman thing again. Like, don't worry, Emu. It's all according to my plan. Roger's gonna die. Yeah, give it
20 years, he'll die.
and then what's his face? Roger finds Laughtail, discovers the One Piece, and then Emu just like looking. Like side-eyeing, looking at Saturn, like, are you serious, bro? Like, you said he was gonna die. Any day now, he's gonna pass away, I promise. Maybe that's why the other Gorosei died. Maybe it wasn't Saturn, maybe it was, like, whoever Jupiter was replacing. Like, that guy died because he poisoned Roger, and it was the most useless piece of garbage ever, and he killed them.
He gave his life just to poison him.
Yeah. It could be that, too. No, we don't know. Maybe it's a holy night. Oh yeah, that's true. Going back to the other part, Kizaru checked for poison for Saturn. I kind of omitted that part. That was kind of just like, I guess they could be poisoned. Yeah, I guess so.
Maybe Kizaru doesn't know they can regenerate though. That could be another thing. So that he was like, oh my god, like not poison.
True. Imagine how useless that was. Like, but what if Saturn requested it though? Wouldn't it make sense if Saturn requested it? Do you think Kizaru did that out of his own volition?
Yeah, could be. Could be like a respect thing, right? Like if I invited like the president of my soccer club to come over here, I'd probably test my food for poison.
I thought you said the president of the United States.
ISA.
Wait, so, are you still?
I would check the poison.
Wait, do you do soccer like in like a club right now?
No.
Ah. So what president of your soccer club?
It seemed convincing.
You're talking about like 20 years ago? What the fuck do you mean?
it seemed pretty convincing.
I thought.
Yeah, it's like out of respect too, you know. Like it's an elder.
The levels of
confusion. It's his first time coming out. You don't have to die on your watch.
Yeah, the levels of confusion. You don't know if
poison's gonna hurt him or not, but you don't want it to happen.
When you said president, I thought you meant the president of the United States. I was like, Sai doesn't care about Joe Biden like that. And then you said soccer club, and I was like, all right, that makes sense. I was like, wait a second, you don't play soccer right now. Like, that was my rebuttal to that.
That's the one thing that put a sham there. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just like, huh, he's. That makes sense. He doesn't care about Joe Biden, but he doesn't play soccer either. Something's not clicking up.
I wish I still played soccer. My knees are bad, bro. No, my knees aren't bad. I just say that.
I'm starting to get back into soccer because my son started dribbling he did a crossover, and I was like, this is too early for this. It's crazy. Yeah, he knows that a soccer ball is meant to be kicked and a basketball is meant to be bounced. I don't know who taught him that, but he like, it's like his instincts knew. So now he only throws. He doesn't really play with the football, which is good. I won't put him in football, but he only throws a basketball and he only kicks a soccer ball. So that's fun. That's good. Let's see. D La Joyboy, $10 super chat says, firstly, I have a theory that the self-destruct bomb that VP was supposed to put in Kuma is now in the Iron Giant and will blow up near the Elders, causing a long stall. I want clarifications if you're still in the chat. Do you mean that Vegapunk put the self-destruct bomb in the Iron Giant, or the Ancient Kingdom is goofy just like Vegapunk and did that same thing? Because that's very different. I would accept if the Ancient Kingdom had something like that, but if Vegapunk's one modification to the legendary Iron Giant besides putting his broadcasting is to make it blow up, that's crazy. Like, he's just like, because I think
that's what they were talking about, the ladder.
Because that's that I don't think because like the scientists of 200 years ago respected the Iron Giant in the same capacity of Vegapunk. Like he idolizes it to the extent that like he built stuff off of it. So I don't think he would blow it up. Like the 200 years ago scientists, they literally risked life and death to smuggle it to an island. I still don't know how they did that, but they did it. So I don't know if Vegapunk's one contribution to the Iron Giant is, hey, if I can't have it, no one will, and he just blows it up.
I don't think you do that.
Yeah, it'd be funny if Vegapunk, like, I'm not opposed to him having
he was on the verge of tears when they were destroying the island because he was like, no, the technology, you know, like the advancements of humanity. Like, I can't see him blowing up the Iron Giant to stop the Gorosei. I feel like he could do something akin to that, but not with the Iron Giant. Like maybe Egghead Island would blow up.
If Lilith or like Evil, you know what I mean? If Lilith did that, something like that, like unilaterally, maybe, right?
Maybe, but they can't get inside the Iron Robot. The only way they did it was with Vegapunk's phasing, and we haven't seen any of the other Vegapunks do that either. Like that's kind of hard.
Yeah. Either or, but more that Vegapunk did it. Got it, Dealer Joe Boy. Yeah, see, that's where I'm on that part, but the Ancient Kingdom doing it, I kind of like that.
Yeah. On the inverse, though, I think it'd be cool if the robot was like Android 16, and he's like, you know what, Joy Boy, you're not the same guy I once knew 900 years ago, and then the robot willingly blows up. I would like that a lot.
And it's fireworks because Luffy loves fireworks. That's one of Oda's favorite panels of all of One Piece, was like drawing the ending of Wano where they had like the fireworks and whatever. So it's like if the Iron Giant explode, it's not like Luffy cares about the Iron Giant, but if it explodes into fireworks, he's like, whoa, that's sick. And then the Gorosei are just like disintegrating in it. That's just a plus at that point, because again, we have to remember like the other part of it is the Iron Giant blowing up is like the elders. Okay, so you said near the elders causing a long stall, but like they already get long stalled. Kuma punched one, and Saturn took like a whole chapter to come back, and then he regrew his hand. Like it took like a whole like chapter later. If it was a fast regrow, then it would be instant. When the moment he showed up, he would already have his hand. But like the other part of it too is like Saturn's own boogers or whatever those were, spit bombs. They stalled him long enough. Like, is there a difference between like his spitballs were also like nuclear explosions? So I guess like if the Legendary Iron Giant had like special flames, which could be the case, that would be kind of cool. But like I don't see a reason why like the Legendary Iron Giant would need to explode to stall them out when we know that they could just regenerate. And it's like we wasted
it would still
this
stall though.
But like my point being like, is it wasting like Ancient Kingdom tech just to do something that like Luffy could just bat his boogers back and do the same thing? You know what I mean?
To be fair though, like there's not too many people who would like research the ancient robot at this point with Vegapunk being dead. So I don't think it would be that great of a loss anymore.
There's so many. I thought there were so many scientists in the world that you respected.
Oh yeah, but like I don't know. I don't hold Ancient Kingdom tech that highly yet.
You don't think
like
Frankie
that robot?
could do it?
I mean, no.
Frankie had 2 years in Vegapunk's lab and already recreated.
Vegapunk said he couldn't do it.
Yeah, but Vegapunk's old and crinkly.
Vegapunk's old. He's the smartest man in the world, and he has all the funding from the world government. I mean, well, they don't know he's doing it, but you know.
That's just the title,
no.
Who did Vegapunk fight to become the world's smartest man? Huh? Who did he fight to get that title? Let's be honest. Is there
he won the Nobel Peace Prize? In
so many people win the Nobel Peace Prize
in One Piece.
I mean, I'm sure there's other people. The thing is, the Nobel Peace Prize was named after somebody else, so that means that there was other people that like it's called the Ibel Peace Prize or the Mobel Peace Prize. Who's Mobel? Huh? That guy is crazy, huh? Yeah. So Vegapunk, how do we know he's the world's smartest man? That's just something that the people call him, but he didn't fight anyone to get that title. Duh. Don't you know how titles work, Sai? Come on.
Oh, you're right, Par. You're right.
Yeah. Yeah, that's like Donald Trump saying he's the world's smartest man. Are we gonna believe him?
I probably would.
Who did Donald Trump fight to get?
He's gonna go on the stage and said all according to plan, and it'll change everything.
That's true. That's true.
Have a good one, Chin.
Later, Chin. Gotta go. Power might be back after Dax reaction. Oh, Dax live. Oh yeah, we've been going on. Let me get to more of these super chats and then we can call it a day, because one I think you know, if I were to cosplay what I would imagine Twitter is like right now, a cesspool of negativity, then the one positive thing about this chapter, because there weren't any positives about this chapter, the one positive is that there's no break week.
Yeah, we can just roll into the next one already.
Hey baby, let's go. See, I'm good. I can cosplay. Dila Joyboy $5 super chat says, secondly, Sai, if you have such, get a PO box. I will buy and send you the
Nope.
NSFW.
I saw that now. Next.
That's crazy.
It's from Volume 1's collab that I did yesterday.
Wait,
it was a figure of Big Mom. Yeah, it's a figure of Big Mom fondling her breasts, and I was like, yeah, I don't need that. I don't need any of the figures we saw yesterday, to be honest.
Like the collab was about that, or they brought it up?
It was about that. The collab was talking about not safe for work One Piece figures.
Josh is so who? It
was
Megan.
So unhinged. I love it.
It wasn't Megan. Megan definitely.
No, it was Megan. It was all Megan. Megan said she did all the research for it and she compiled an entire list.
I gotta watch this. That's great. I mean, I don't think that Megan's opposed to it. My point is that the person at the board meeting, Josh's first idea was this. What should we talk to Sai about? This is it. His first thing.
I heard he likes foreheads. Let's bring in some figures.
I don't even know if. Oh, you know what it is? It's, you know, okay, Volume 1 showed up in that stream where I exposed the first streams that you and I did on Twitch, where we collabed before Parcast, before the first streams. He was in that stream. I think that he was, I think he was in that stream.
He was like taking notes.
Yeah, he's taking notes. Because I was like, I didn't tell them that. I told them a bunch of like goofy things, but not like that they would know that that's like your bread and butter. Like, that's crazy. Shout outs to them. Always pushing out that premium content. Subscribe to their Patreon because it is well worth it. If that's what they talk about in public,
just think about what happens behind closed doors.
Volume 1's gonna come in here. I'm gonna be like, that was AI. I'm gonna pull the Brago defense. That was AI. Dostrimos $2 super chat says Emu equals dark yokai Gorosei. Luffy equals light Nika Straw Hats. Yeah.
Oh, like the teams, yeah.
Yeah, except like I think that there's like the Straw Hats having Nika's powers, I think is more frightening than, because we're seeing the Gorosei. Look at this bird, bro.
Hey, hold up for the Holy Knights, man.
I think that if Nami embodied the power to freely do anything she wanted, she would be way more terrifying than Mars is to this one Elbaf ship. I think that Nami would be able to create a cyclone. Just boom, cyclone gone. Everyone's dead. Boom, bye. You know, whereas Mars is flying at the fastest he can go, shooting down lasers, and 3 shields stopped him. That's his version of like.
Hey, we haven't seen the hybrid form yet. You don't know what Mars can cook, man.
The hybrid form.
You haven't seen the hybrid semi-Kikon form. You gotta give it some time.
No, but we have though. This is the coolest he could look, dude. Oh,
no, it isn't. Just wait till we see the Birdman show up.
Not Birdman. D Almighty Pizza with the 8 months visionary. Appreciate you. Oh, now I want pizza. Like D stream.
That sounds good.
Yeah. What a good chapter. Hope you're both well. Yeah, doing good. I have a lot of backed up videos.
Thank you, Pizza Man.
I saw Hidden Islands. He like did 3 chapter reactions all in one. I've been contemplating like these chapters are like they are not skippable. And what I mean by that is like I can't skip them to make videos, but I almost want to. I just need to get the backlog out.
Ooh, you know, what'd be really cool.
What?
If you only read every other chapter, and you don't know like, so imagine like skipping 11:17 and then coming straight into 11:18, and then you skip 11:19, go to 11:20. So you have like no context on what the fuck's going on. So you have to piece it together. I think that'd be pretty fun.
No. I'll do that. I'll do that only if you do the other chapters, and then on the podcast, that's where we piece it together. I
don't know. I feel like that could do more harm than good overall. But if there was like a body double of us, I would say we should do that. That's funny.
How about this? We choose a series later on when One Piece ends.
Oh yeah, a series after One Piece. Oh, we should do Death Note.
Death Note, but we both know Death Note.
No. A new Death Note series is coming out in Shonen Jump.
Oh no, not
Shonen
Jump.
It's called
the reboot era.
It's called Death Note: The Monster Within.
The Death Note had so much potential to expand their world, but they just didn't, which I respected. I respected profoundly because so many stories go so terribly when they even attempt. They just kind of like Light Yagami, that's it. We don't need to talk about the other people with Death Notes. Talk about later people with Death Notes. We don't even need to talk about the Shinigami realm. That's a crazy realm. Why does it work like that? Nope, that's fine. Just cut it here.
We don't ask questions, man.
Yeah, I like that. But you know what, guys? If you by the time One Piece ends, and if me and Sai forget, and you
remind us of this genius idea.
Yeah, I don't know what I'll gift you, but I'll gift you something. Surely by then, me and Sai will have something of value to give you. But like right now, the only thing I could offer you is like a par pillow. And so like you could have that. And if you want to know what it looks like, go check out Dax Sake's stream right now. It's in the background of his stream. He's one of the unironically, I didn't give it to him. He was one of the winners of a giveaway. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, he won a giveaway. Wow. Out of all the viewers, he was the winner. I was like, are you serious right now? Yeah,
the winner of a giveaway is the winner of a giveaway is your good friend. Okay, cool. Yeah.
No, because
all right, FTC, I need you to come in here.
Because that happened, I gave away another one. I was like, nah, like they're gonna think this is rigged. So I gave away 2 part pillows, and so there's 2 out there. And
it also went to Rogers Base. Shout outs to Rogers Base. You got the other part pillow.
No,
congratulations, man. You won the giveaway.
Morge has a custom par pillow. He has a custom.
Isn't it weird that the only people that have par pillows are all your friends? Like they're the guys who won it. There's something.
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, Sai, do you
rigged? That's gotta be rigged,
Sai,
dude.
Do you want? I'll give you a par pillow. You're right.
No, I don't need a par pillow, man. No. It's all good. I don't use pillows.
Looks in the background, sees plushies and pillows on the thing.
Hey, I don't use pillows. What can I say? I don't use the pillows.
It's like the same thing when you say like, "Oh, I hate Pokemon." Looks in background, sees Psyduck, Gengar. Oh, I hate Yu-Gi-Oh cards. Sees a blown up.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I hate cats. Sees the most elaborate cat towers in the background. Like, I hate tattoos.
I hate everything, dude. That's how it is, you know. You gotta stay hating.
Stay hating. Moral of the story. That's what emu is. That's emu. That's why Sai likes the world government, because they stay hating. 800 years, not long enough.
It reminds me of myself. I look in the mirror and sometimes I see like just this darkened silhouette.
Yeah, and it's not his shadow. Ooh.
Yeah, it's not my shadow either. Am I a locked Lego character? You tell me.
Yeah. D LaJoy Boy $5 super says, if it was the ancient kingdom, maybe that's why it went to Mare Joie.
Talking about the robot, yeah. I like that.
Yeah, could be. Maybe someone there. Maybe. Here's a timeline. Oh, this is probably what happened. One of Saturn's experiment. One of them was really close.
Yep.
Yeah. Saturn succeeded.
People have been talking about that one. Like Saturn like has other experiments as well. But I mean, the only problem is like, you know, Saturn did talk about the ancient robot from 200 years ago. So yeah.
Yeah, but
that I think that's pretty plausible.
But then he also said, like,
theory.
in current timeline, he said he never succeeded.
That is also true. But I mean, hey, I mean, Bonnie's still considered a failure, though, right? Because of the Sapphire scale. She's not perfect.
True.
It's like Vegapunk considering everything a failure because it's pink or something.
Bonnie is a failure because she's a girl. Saturn saying that would be kind of crazy.
That's so funny. Wait, I would want that. That's hilarious, actually.
It's like it's supposed to be Joy Boy, not Joy Girl. What
yeah,
the
you
fuck
ever
is
see
that?
like those like what gender reveal parties, and it's a girl and the guys are like, starts beating people up. That's Saturn.
No, if Oda puts a line, it's like, what is that, a YouTuber? Yuck! And then that'd be the craziest thing ever. Oh no.
That's pretty good.
Oh god. Woo. Woo. I like this logic. I definitely entertain it now. Growth Stonks, $5 super justice. Any predictions for Elbaf? My number one prediction is that Zoro will cut the Atom Tree as a key moment of Ragnarok, a cycle of death and rebirth. Like, chop down the Atom Tree.
Oh, that'd be cool. Well, watch it be poisonous though. What's like the trees on Skypiea? And the giants are too dumb to like actually realize it, because you gotta remember these giants have like they're low brow, you know. They're Neanderthals up there.
I don't think Zoro will like. Listen, I like Zoro, but like the lore of the tree is that like it has survived every single war like known to man. Like it still survives to this day. This includes.
Wait, you're
like,
telling me that nobody can cut atom wood?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying no one can chop down the Atom Tree. Clearly,
they can only carve off little pieces.
So actually, this is a fun thing. In my last video, the Elbaf video, I think that the Atom Tree, the wood that we get from the Atom Tree, it's not from the top, it's from the roots. It's from the roots that are underwater. And the reason why that they're those are the ones, it's because the lore of like Yggdrasil and in general, combining what I said in the video and the Norse mythology is that in order for the world tree to work in the story of One Piece, it has to have fresh water to have grown that big. That's a standard, and I've talked about that in the video. And the awkward thing is that there's seawater, there's ocean. So there has to be some kind of mechanism, but it could be that this tree's roots continue to grow outside and go into the seawater, and those seawater would essentially erode. And in order for the tree to properly survive, you'd have to prune the tree. Pruning trees is an actual practice to save the tree. And it might be that there's either giants or Shanks or somebody is out there. They're tasked with cutting down the roots to allow it to survive. And the way that works with the Yggdrasil is that part of the story is that there's serpents that gnaw at the roots, and the gnawing is said to be venomous. And the way it's described, the venom is supposed to be rime. Rime is water that gets super frozen. And so what I'm basically saying is that it could be that Oda combined the two logics, and the serpents are the underwater serpents that are attacking because there's salt water, the tree's roots, and those tree roots are how we get atom wood and is used for the tree. So the reality is that the atom wood that we have like for the ships isn't even like the premium wood. It's not even like the actual stuff, because you can't get the actual stuff. But I talk more about that in the what's it called, the last Hellbath video, which I gotta.
And that would be nice, because that would mean that if we ever get an upgrade, maybe we could get like pure atom wood or something.
Yeah,
straight from the tree itself.
Yeah, like it could be like Luffy and now Bonnie, or Zoro, who can cut anything or nothing. Maybe when he's like, yeah, maybe he's able to maybe not chop it down, but because the reality is that tree is so comically large, it's kind of disgusting. Like from a world building standpoint, that tree has to be like, Enel has to be looking at the earth and be like, what the hell is that? Like, he has to be able to see the tree. There's no shot that this tree doesn't like reach space. With how comically
you know how sizing is though.
What? Oh,
like with the ancient robot and the Gorosei,
like the tree just shot. It's like
size is funny.
Yeah. It's just like the tree is so big that like when you think about it, like Zunisha would also be small compared to the tree. Like it doesn't make sense how wide like the tree looks on every depiction of it. Yeah, it's kind of spooky, but I wonder if Zunisha is, because like with how big Zunisha is, and Zunisha surely can see the tree, no?
I mean, maybe.
It's 30,000, like what is it, 30,000 meters tall?
I mean, it's like you saying like from a sky island you should be able to see the tree. Like you should technically. I mean, it depends. I don't know how like big the world of One Piece is to actually hide that tree, but I feel like I wouldn't. It could go either way.
No, but like I mean, because Zunisha has been wandering for 800 years, has it just been coincidentally never in like visual sight of this giant tree?
Oh, I mean, no. Zunisha could totally pass by it.
Yeah,
I think that's I mean, the guy's been walking for like 900 years. Surely, I mean, I feel like Zunisha's seen pretty much everything.
Yeah, surely. You'd hope.
Yeah,
you'd hope. Dealer Joy Boy, $5 super chat says, "What if it could put itself back together like in the animated movie?" Again, talking about
like the robot
giant.
Yeah.
And give that Iron Giant anything. Honestly, like I just wanted to do something besides exploding itself, like Goddard from Jimmy Neutron. Like I wanted to wrestle with the like I wanted see this is what I thought was happening, because like what are the earthquakes? Do we know what the earthquakes are?
No,
we don't. So I thought that the Iron Giant was gonna do the Vega Force 1 to the Thousand Sunny. I thought it was just gonna come under and hold the boat and be like, "Hi friends, I smell Nika." But like, you know, like I thought that was gonna happen, but I don't know what the earthquake is about. So maybe the Iron Giant is like doing ancient weapon things. Maybe it's like shaking really good, you know? I don't know.
Wait, what are you talking about? Earthquakes?
Like in this chapter, it says, "Are the sea levels really still rising?" And then you see like that's Luffy in Gear 5th. He's turned the waves into like rubber that's bouncing. Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know he was bouncing on the. Wait, so he's bouncing on the water?
No. Like everything is bouncing around him. It's all like rubberized.
Oh.
Like the waves.
Oh. Okay. That's interesting. Damn, it's gonna be obnoxious when there's a bunch of white warriors then. Because everything's gonna start bouncing.
Yeah, it's like a bounce house. A trampoline party.
But
as far as like the robot putting himself back together, I wouldn't mind that if he was like in Gear 5th, but just if the robot is like the way he is right now, then nah, he's too old, he's decrepit. There's no I don't think he can put himself back together. Unless he's like fleshy inside. I've seen like a fleshy robot before do that, where like the robot breaks, but the flesh just attaches together. No, it's like a horror game.
Oh,
yeah.
Because I don't say that's just like Aaron. That's just Aaron Yeager.
Could be like Aaron then.
Yeah. Aaron, this is the. Oh, you know what? Aaron saw the timeline. He found out the best timeline isn't even Attack on Titans. It's the One Piece verse. He decided to come into the One Piece verse, and he's been sitting as the legendary Iron Giant, causing the rumbling. Sorry, spoilers.
I'm not too sure what the rumbling's about because I never really watched it, but
I think
that'd be pretty cool. I don't care about spoilers.
Yeah, I know you're Sai.
But yeah. But rumbling could take place here with all the giants if that's how it goes down.
Yeah. Dila Joyboy, $2 super chat says, "Has Sai told you about the sock review videos? Did he tell me?"
Oh, Par knows.
Yeah.
Par knows all about the sock videos.
Yeah.
It's like one of my first it's like my icebreaker, really.
That's why we started collabing, actually.
Yeah, he was so excited. He saw a kindred spirit.
No. That's not the way I was saying. I was taking it as wow, this guy is so straightforward. He wears his heart on his sleeve or his sock, so surely he can't be a
Yeah,
bad
he wears
person.
his socks on his feet.
Yeah. So that's why. JY $5 super chat says, got here late. Did someone already theorize that Joy Boy had Bonnie's fruit instead? Joy Boy was a fraud. Nika. That's why he couldn't save the fisherman. The first part, yes. Do I agree with it? No. I have my whole, like, a long-standing theory that kind of like already kind of explains what I believe this to be. And I could be wrong, and this theory could be right. But the second part, Joy Boy being a fraud because he didn't have the right fruit. I don't think that that's necessarily the case. I don't think that that's related to the fisherman's plight. But you know, to be fair, we don't know. No.
I completely agree with Par. I've heard the theory. I don't believe it. I think that would make. I don't think we can make Joy Boy a fraud. I feel like the reason he lost was due to different circumstances entirely.
Emu.
Like, I mean, he was yeah. I mean, there's Emu, there's the Gorsei, world government, 20 kings and queens. The world is working against him essentially. Like, there's so many things that could already explain why Joy Boy lost that we don't need to add in the fraud aspect, in my opinion.
Yeah, the like, and the other aspect you were hitting on it is like the Emu. Like, I think there's one version of like self-destructive like Joy Boy being a fraudulent Nika would only work in my mind of as far as if Joy Boy was in the same boat as Roger, in the sense of being too early. And like that could line up with like, all right, we failed 800 years from now. It's the same kind of thing with like Odin. Odin tried his best and he failed and he lost, but he knew beforehand, he already knew that 20 years from now, and he said like, if I fail, these people will succeed. He knew that. Why? Because there's a prophecy. And the reason why this is weird is because then if Joy Boy had a prophecy 800 years later, someone would succeed. That would kind of be obnoxious that we don't stop the buck there and that Joy Boy declared the prophecy. But like the way I see it is like, maybe that in order to ensure something happened, he had to be early and he forced the situation. He forced himself. And because he forced himself in a certain predicament, that could be why he failed. And that would supplement Emu's success over Joy Boy. On the other hand, I would just prefer that Emu had some kind of plot, some kind of mechanism that overcame Joy Boy at that moment. And Joy Boy retaliated with an 800-year plan or something that like that was the backup, not necessarily like the premeditated thing like an Odin situation where Odin went in knowing 20 years later there would be someone else, right? Joy Boy, I would more like it if Joy Boy just kind of like sort of failed and then like Emu like and then set up this plan. But the problem there, and this is actually going to come up in did I already talk about this? I forget. No, I don't know. I actually don't know which video this is in. But I talk about this in the scope of, oh no, it isn't. It's in the Mother Flame video, I think, where it's weird that Joy Boy like perpetuated the messages that he did in like 800 years from now, that this stuff would happen, because like, when did he lose? Because in order for the poneglyphs to get sent out, the world government was already established. Lily was considered like made a mistake, which means they had the poneglyphs already made, and then they sent them out, which is like, and Joy Boy wrote an apology letter like preemptively then. Like, did Joy Boy write the poneglyphs then lose?
Future Sight is lost too.
Yeah, and then it's like that. Then that's interesting too, because like, how does that work? How does Future Sight work to that extent? And why would he just like lose and then like foresee the lose and not change anything?
It could have been like Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson, right? Like you go in expecting you're probably just gonna die. I mean, I think he would have been pretty fine since Mike's out of his prime, but you know what I mean. Like, Joy Boy's probably like, I'm gonna fight this battle. I know I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna just prepare for the worst.
I would like it if like if it was a Future Sight, not Jake Paul, Mike Tyson, and I'm making the distinction there because I would like it if it was like if Luffy saw a future where he wins, but he had to sacrifice Nami or Zoro, like his like 3 people died. Luffy and then the alternative is he dies and like, but there's an option 800 years later that they win. He would take that option. He would rather Nami, Zoro, Usopp, Chopper live than him just dying and they win 800 years later. And the reality is like in the scope of Joy Boy, it seems like at the minimum, right? At the minimum, regardless of the theories, at the minimum, the devil fruit exists. So like we don't know what the scope of that devil fruit is, where Nika's will was already perpetuated to a certain extent. When it awoke 800 years ago, it's like, 800 years ago, it existed. The fruit existed. So like Joy Boy having that failsafe of the devil fruit could be that thing where it's like, all right, I choose to lose because the devil fruit can be passed on. And the will be that you avoid the world government, right? Like it, like when the Gorosei, it's like, it's almost like it's avoiding me. It could be that the will that Joy Boy left is like, do not trust celestial dragons. Like it's something like
it's contorting fate itself.
Yeah, like it's just like when the devil like, because that's the other part too, where it's like the whole trickery, the bribery, the betrayal, the clone fruit, right? Like it could be that the will's like, only trust goofy little kids that stab themselves near their eyeball. That's the guy we want. No one else will come close to that guy, and that would happen to be Luffy. So could be something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I realized? Like, did Bonnie ever stab herself to cut off the thing? Did she ever try that?
To cut off what?
The stones. When she had the thing, did she ever try stabbing that?
I don't think so. I feel like it just hurt.
That would have been interesting if she was just like, this, I'll just cut it off. Because that's like something Luffy would do. That would be a funny parallel. But like they both have like an eye blemish type of thing on opposite sides. But still cool nonetheless. I like that detail. I think Bonnie's look looks pretty cool too. So,
oh, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that covers all the super chats, I believe. And
yeah, I just went to the chapter. Bonnie did not try to cut it off.
Yeah. But yeah, I am fizzling out. Sai is also fizzling out. I can sense the voice fading away from his soul. He worked hard.
I'm going back to sleep after this.
Yeah, me too. But nonetheless, we have chapter 1118 coming through. Wonder if it's another 13-page banger. Oda's proving it. Size does not matter. It's about the motion in the ocean. And
it's about what you do with the chapter.
Yeah. I'm not going to finish on who made the motion, but you guys can piece it together because Nika is quite the motivator. And so maybe 1119 topples 1118, but the conversations on this week are going to be incredible. So make sure to stay tuned for the podcast.
Yeah, fight for your side, guys. Pick up your weapons. Go to war.
Yeah. Maybe because like me and Sai are on the same boat. Like I can't see a world where we argue too much on like this point, because we're just gonna be like, yeah, I could kind of see it. It might be the shortest podcast ever, unless we decide to incorporate Twitter. Which I don't know what Twitter's saying, but like I can only imagine, because this is the kind of rebuttal I've had for my original theories, where it's like, but Par, if everybody can get devil fruit powers without devil fruits, and that's broken. And I'm like, no, it's not that easy. There's gonna be things, not everybody's gonna be showing that, and there's gonna be limitations. They're like, but Par, that's stupid, I don't like it. And it's like, that would ruin One Piece forever. Power structure. That's why I like Hunter x Hunter. They put a leaf in water and it does something, and now it's better than One Piece. And it's like,
yeah, as far as like the Bonnie thing goes, like whenever somebody says they don't like it, it's all just like an opinion at that point, because like nobody has like a good reason to not like, other than like, oh, like it cheapens it, or oh, I don't like that Bonnie's strong. It's like, okay, but like people like that Bonnie has this, like, you know, like there's not like a good reason to say it's bad, really. I really don't think there is.
Yeah, I like it. It's fun. And I already stated my parameters for where I like have less fun with it, but the less fun versions that I put out there are still kind of like Oda can explain them easily with the story thus far. And again, there is something I haven't even showed Sai this, but Sai might have come across it. There's something Oda drew and explained early One Piece that should have told everybody that this is coming eventually, which is the premise of that video, that Bonnie video that I mentioned a long time ago, but just put on the back burners. I'm going to try and prioritize this Bonnie video now instead of the Drake video, or not the Drake video. I personally was on a Usopp video. Damn, I probably have to do Bonnie, Usopp, and I'm going to hand off the Sword Drake video to my editor. So that being said, guys, there's a lot of work to be done. I can't be dilly-dallying here now. So thank you guys for dilly-dallying with me and dillying with me on the knock-up stream. Me and Sai appreciate all the dallies and dillies and then the scally and the wagging. So I appreciate you guys always. See you guys next week. Stay good. Enjoy your summer. If it's summer, maybe it's winter, and that sucks, but it is pretty hot. Yeah, stay warm. Stay temperate. Yeah, that one. Peace out.
There you go.